still don't have power.
Oh.
They stole it.
Oh, okay.
If you want me to, I can get it back for you. I'm a troublemaker.
So we have power down here, but we need power here.
We've got power.
Delegates, alternates, announcement. If your delegation is short on packets for today's convention, there are other counties that didn't have delegates show and they have extras. Please see Carl Allred. He is redistributing packets. If you have extra packets or you are short on convention packets, please see Carl Allred. Red Trump hat. So is the mayor here too?
That'd be exciting.
It's right here.
Okay? All right, I'll try to do you proud. Hey,
Sounds
I
good.
got in trouble for you stealing your power.
We're doing our best, but we have to pin her down. Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
I can troublemaker, I can get it back, but Dave and I'll be wrestling on the ground, and I said, I know I'm going to lose, so, it's not going to be a good opportunity. Well, there you go.
I don't like if they have any branches or not.
Those label makers got busy, didn't they? That's her.
I see they got the screen up there, but it's backwards from mine.
I promise you. That's her.
Oh man, look at that.
So, Frank,
How about that?
north of Douglas.
3 miles down Highway 15.
Okay, so you're in the tough part of the state. Weather-wise.
It's usually drier. Yeah.
It is this year, isn't it?
It is, yeah. You're having a pretty good going. We've had some moisture, but as far as ideal time and now for the grass to grow,
Our ranch south of Buffalo is burned. Everything's just gone. And grasshoppers moved in and ate all the sticks.
oh my gosh.
So
That was one thing we saw 2 rounds of it, and then
really, man, I'll tell you what, they've just hatched and they're just like little moose everywhere, crawling on everything. And it's been interesting. Fortunately we've got some irrigated ground over at Black Hills that we're putting hay up with. If we didn't have that, we wouldn't have hay. It'd be tough. Yeah, my dad does. He's a Red Angus guy.
me too.
Are you really?
Yep, I run 2 breeds. I run Coriani for roping steers and Red Angus for beef.
Oh,
And
okay.
actually, we turn roping steers into beef too.
My nephew sells bulls up in Buffalo from Red Angus.
Oh my gosh! I knew I read. Okay,
That's my
connection.
nephew Jesse.
Very good. Very good. Okay. Well, I think I'm about ready to call this to order.
All right.
Delegates, alternates, please find your seats at your county, respective county. Carl Allred, raise your hand. You're distributing packets. Carl? Are you getting it settled? Okay. Sergeant of Arms, please call in the hallway, calling all delegates to their seats. Yep.
Herding porcupines that are on fire.
It's kind of like telling my dad something to do. That's pretty much close to stuffing a feral cat in a boot,
Right. While you're wearing it.
Yeah, well, you're wearing it, yeah.
Wyoming Republicans, it is time. It is 9:07, and I call the Wyoming Republican State Convention to order. We have many remarks upcoming, but first and always, we will start with the invocation. Marty Crump, pastor of Family Life Church, is here to lead us.
Could I get you to stand and remove cover, please? Thank you. Heavenly Father, this is the day that you have made, and you told us to rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you, Father, that you've allowed us to live in a free country, that you've given us the ability to make right decisions. And Father, this day these men and women have come to make decisions that will affect this state for years to come. I pray, Father, that you would give them wisdom beyond their years, understanding, compassion, and diligence as they put their hands, their hearts, and their minds to this work. I just ask that, Lord, you would be with them and give them everything that they need. Speak to their hearts. I just, right now, pray that your kingdom would come and your will would be done on earth, Father, as it is in heaven, here in Campbell County as we meet. Father, not our will, your will. You are the giver of life. You know what is best for us. You've made us. And Father, you see our future and know what we need. So I pray towards that future that you know what is there, that we would make laws and we would pass laws that would help us when we get there. We thank you. This day we worship you. In the mighty name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Will the color guard please present? To present the national anthem today from Campbell County, Lynetta Taylor.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave in the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Our state committee man from Campbell County, Dave Horning, will come lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And on behalf of Campbell County, the representative will come and welcome you on behalf of their party. Please be seated. And first off, we have Del Shellstead, Campbell County Commissioner.
Thank you and welcome to Campbell County. How awesome is this to be standing in a room with a bunch of patriotic Americans? You know, I often say that Wyoming is on the front row of the American dream, and that is absolutely evident today. Welcome to Campbell County. We're absolutely thrilled to have you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Now we have City of Gillette, Mayor Louise Carter King.
Thank you all for coming here. We were so excited when we found out Gillette had been chosen for the 2020 Wyoming Republican Party Convention, and we were elated when the decision was made to reschedule instead of canceling due to concerns about COVID. While I'm sure it was a difficult decision to make, the caution of the state leadership in the face of the unknown is to be commended. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you to Gillette. And welcome is a very apt word to use when talking about Gillette. Many of the people that live in Gillette and Campbell County moved here for work, just like my family did. And like many people, we didn't plan to stay initially. But as most people discover, we not only found a place to work, but we also discovered our home. A big part of that was how welcoming and inviting everyone was. And that welcoming spirit is still alive and well today. Those people that moved here decided to stay. They now have kids and grandkids here. I have known people that have moved away when they retired. Soon they were back in Gillette. We didn't know how good we had it until we left, they said. Being here at CAM-PLEX, I am sure you have already experienced how welcoming Gillette can be. This amazing facility and the people that keep it running are fine examples of what Gillette and Campbell County have to offer. I guarantee you that you will want to bring your convention back here very soon. If you have never been to Gillette or haven't been back in a while, please take some time to look around. If you're into history, the Rockpile Museum and Frontier Auto Museum are right up your alley. If you're looking for a quiet place to enjoy nature, we have many beautiful parks to relax in, like Dalby Memorial Park, McManaman Park, CAM-PLEX Park just down the road, as well as the Energy Capital Sports Complex, which will be hosting the inaugural state high school softball tournament next spring. Our historic downtown and other business districts offer an abundance of shops and restaurants to satisfy any taste. And of course, you must visit our amazing recreation center. It is a true representation of the power of partnerships, as it was a collaboration between the city, county, and school district. If you have any questions, feel free to stop anyone you see and ask so you can see firsthand just how welcoming Gillette can be. Thank you again for choosing Gillette and Campbell County for your convention. It looks like you have quite the lineup. Enjoy the convention and enjoy your stay. Gillette welcomes you. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck with your convention.
I appreciate it. Thank you for welcoming us.
What a welcome. Campbell County, CAM-PLEX. Here we are at the 2020 Wyoming State Republican Convention. Today is a culmination of nearly 2 years of work by each of you, county chairmen, county parties, activists, so we can come here today and do the work that we are tasked to do according to our bylaws, so that when the elections come, we will be victorious from the top to the bottom of the ballot as Republicans. Chief among those is to re-elect our president, Donald J. Trump, for President of the United States of America. Every race is important. This is a grassroots party, and we know the importance of the elections from the legislative races down to the grassroots and commissioner levels. And that's what we're about. We're a grassroots party. We work from the ground up. I am Frank Ethorn, serving as your state chairman, and I work for you. We do have much business to get to today, but we always enjoy. In Wyoming, we have the special privilege of hearing from our U.S. delegation. We've had 2 opportunities thus far, and today we will only have 1 U.S. Senator here with us today. And so we will go down the order, but first, to introduce him, I call Diana Enzi to the stage. Is she here yet? They may be delayed, and they've given me permission to rearrange a bit. Is the governor here? Governor Mark Gordon. Come on up, Mark.
Well, good morning. You know, I was thinking about our country this morning as I came in and the challenges that we've had. How's 2020 for you so far? But if there was any place that I would want to be, with any group of people that I would want to see to take on the challenges that this year presents, it is right here in this room with Republicans in this country, in this county, and in this state. Thank you for being here. Abraham Lincoln said some time ago, nearly all men can stand adversity, but if you want to test a man's character, give him power. Well, luckily, we have a little book called the Wyoming Constitution. In Article 1, Section 1, says all power is in the people. I remember that every single day. I have the opportunity to work with a world-class group of other electeds, from Superintendent Balo and Treasurer Meyer to Secretary of State Buchanan and Auditor Racinas. We have worked steadily together, trying to figure out the best way that we on the executive side can do our best job for you. Right after the legislature went home on March 12th, that night I got a call from Teton County. And they told me, it wasn't from the county itself, it was from a significant business in the county. And they said every ski resort in the country was closing. That meant that everyone that liked to ski, and there are a lot of folks that like to ski, was going to descend on Teton County, and they were concerned about what that would mean for their ability to care for sick people should they come. You will remember back in March that the first cases showed up out of Aspen, Colorado, and quickly went on. Now, lest there be any doubt that there's a lot of interest in skiing, we, after working with everyone, said, okay, well, we'll do our best to make sure, but we're not going to close ski resorts, generally speaking. So we left good old Snowy Range open. Every resort in Colorado was closed, every single one. There were 1,400 skiers that showed up at Snowy Range Ski Resort on that Sunday. That's the kind of challenge that we faced. Later that Sunday night, we heard from the school boards of Laramie County and Park County and other counties, and they said, we aren't going to go to school. Superintendent Balo and I were working that entire weekend saying, you know what, if we're going to go close these schools, we're going to do it in an orderly fashion. First, we're going to have kids come back. Then we're going to give them kind of some direction so they have that opportunity to work with their students. So we're going to do this in an orderly, thoughtful kind of way. Because what was happening in Laramie County or Park County or Teton County wasn't happening in Crook County, wasn't happening in Lincoln County, wasn't happening in Uintah County. So the challenge that we had was, how do we react thoughtfully, and how do we react in a way that makes some sense? The first thing I did was to reach out to each of those electeds and say, I want a task force. Superintendent, you've got education. Treasurer Meyer, I want you to talk about agriculture and logistics. You have a good experience with that. Secretary Buchanan, I want you to reach out and try to understand what's going on in our state government. What are the things that we need to do? And then I asked Auditor Racinas to head up a task force that would look at how we would respond to business. I am really, really sad that we had to take the measures we did. But as I look at our country, and as I look at our nation, and I look at where we stand now, we have the third lowest unemployment in the nation. We have the third lowest number of deaths in the nation. We are seventh lowest in the number of cases. Our infection rate is 2.9%. Yeah, we're spiking a little bit, but we're keeping it under control. Our concern has always been, are we going to overwhelm our hospital facilities? Are we going to overwhelm those? Are we going to have the ICU beds available, not just for COVID-related patients, but for those patients that might have a car accident, for those patients that might have a heart attack? And one of the challenges we had is that, as you know, so much of our medical system is out of state, and around that time is when Salt Lake stopped taking new patients. So we really needed to think carefully. But as I look at that equation, third lowest in unemployment, third lowest in death, seventh lowest, there is no other state that can compare with us. And I think that is a tribute to the Wyoming people, to our spirit of can-do, and to the fact that we never lost faith in our people to do the right thing when asked. Now, the issues that were present this fall and that my good friend here, Representative Clem, dealt with, I know you dealt with all year long and then into the session, those issues haven't gone away. We still have a nation that is lamenting, if you can believe it, the fact that they can't move forward as aggressively on the Green New Deal because of COVID. Well, here's what I'm going to say to that. Maybe it's time to take a pause on the Green New Deal. Maybe it's time to look at what built this country in the first place. Maybe it's time to take a look at what is so important to this county, our fossil fuel industry, and the fact that the knowledge is here in Wyoming, the research is here in Wyoming, and the ability is here in Wyoming to do a better job with what we have where we are. So here in Wyoming, we did a couple of things right off the bat. We reduced the conservation tax. In fact, we eliminated it so that we could keep our oil and gas rigs working here. We worked to extend leases, to work on company by company basis to make sure that leases that companies didn't have to pull up a drill rig and go away just because the lease was running out. We've been working with both the state government, my colleagues on the Board of Land Commissioners, and also with our national delegation and with Secretary Bernhardt and others. We've continued our work to intervene on the lawsuit, the misguided lawsuit that said the leases that were issued didn't properly look at what it was going to do to climate. As you know, there's about a $14 million, perhaps, clawback that they're trying to get from this, and it's misguided and it's wrong. We are engaged in that. We are fighting hard to make sure that we have access not just to the coal port in Washington, but to ports all across the coast, because our products, whether they be coal, whether they be gas, or whether they be livestock, because think about that. What Washington did is they said, we don't really like your coal, we think it's a problem. So what happens if they say, we don't really like your barley, we don't really like we just don't like your attitude. This is something that cannot stand. That is why we took this case to the Supreme Court, and we will push that as hard as we can. We have been invested in a serious review of the Rocky Mountain IRP. As you know, Rocky Mountain Power has decided that they want to become more green and close a number of their coal plants. This is something that is affecting coal all across the country. We're looking deeply at those economics. Here in Campbell County, we've been engaged with the EPA to ask them to look again at what it would take to upgrade the pollution control on their Wyodak and other mines here, because it is essential that they keep up their coal generation facility here. And if they have any excuse to say, well, we have to close it early because we can't meet regional haze, well, we're going to stand in the way of that. We've been working hard to make sure DOE grants to study what carbon capture and sequestration right here in Campbell County and down in the Southwest in Sweetwater and in Uinta, what that can mean. And we've got money coming our way from the Department of Energy for that. In tourism, as I mentioned last night, we opened Yellowstone, much against my friend to the north, Governor Bullock's concerns about, well, have you got the capacity? Can you do it? We want a field hospital set up in Yellowstone and so on. And we said, no. Tell you what, Park County stands ready. Teton County stands ready to open both parks, Yellowstone and Grand Teton. And you know what? If you need an additional field hospital, we can do that too. And with that, Cam Shawley said, we're going to open. We opened 2 weeks before Memorial Day, and it has been a success. Despite what the Guardian newspaper and everyone else said, it has been a success. Under Secretary Buchanan's efforts and Auditor Racinas, we worked very hard and quickly to make sure that we got layoff aversion grants ready to go. We worked very hard to make sure, and actually I want to thank the legislature, and let's just take a moment to thank the legislature. They've had a tough year too. Thank you. It was clear after the session that when we got the CARES money that our delegation worked so hard to make sure came to Wyoming, CARES money that's designed to take a hold of the challenges that industries and businesses are having under COVID-related kinds of interruptions. And it was clear that money was coming our way. It was clear that we had some ways that we could respond to it, but we didn't have enough. I could reach out to our legislature. We work together. There is a division in government, but in Wyoming, we work together. We set up a special session, couple of days. Anybody who had a chance to watch that saw serious debate, thoughtful debate, cautious and wise debate. And eventually they passed a number of laws that allowed us, a number of acts that allowed us a little more flexibility. So we have, in our first tranche of COVID-related loss, business interruption grants, been able to put out $50 million in the last week. Just approved and ready to go, $26 million to the University of Wyoming, so it'll be able to open up this fall, thoughtfully and safely. We're working with community colleges to make sure they have the supplies that they need. We're working on tranche 2 of these COVID-related interruption grants because we want to make sure that we get to businesses that are unduly burdened by what's happening with COVID. We're getting those supplies to them. We're making up within the context of what is a very complicated bill. It sort of says, we want you to do things for COVID-related things, but we want you to do them before the 31st of this year, and we don't want you to do them for COVID-related things. So it's kind of good, wise Washington stuff, as you can imagine. But we have been navigating through it. In ag, we're working to make sure we have more capacity, and Senator Steinmetz has been an amazing leader in that. We're still working to make sure that the Bureau of Reclamation has the right approach to fixing the Goshen Irrigation District. As you remember, 110,000 acres in both Wyoming and Nebraska went dry for a period of time last year because of old, aging infrastructure that fell apart. And I just took part in a National Governor's Symposium talking about the importance of making sure that our nation's infrastructure, not just roads, not just bridges, but irrigation, and agricultural transport and logistics, that those things are addressed. We're working hard to make sure that our testing capacities are up for health, and yes, they're spiking, but if you look at it, Wyoming still has hospital capacity, and we're still doing remarkably well. But we have a tough year ahead of us, and I won't take too much more time on this, but I will tell you, we have very hard choices to make. This legislative session coming up is going to be one of the most difficult since the 1980s. I don't think we have seen the loss of revenue quite the same since the 1980 collapse. And so, you know, Sheridan College just the other day said they're not going to run sports. That's a tough decision. Just this morning, I was talking to the young man who who's the son of a guy who works on our ranch, and he said, "Governor, that sucks. I like going to those general games. You got to do something better." That's the sort of choices that we're going to have to make. When we closed the rest stops, we closed them when they were within 5 miles of an existing town. We wanted to drive businesses to those or travelers to those businesses in those towns, or give the opportunity for towns to take over the management of those rest stops. They're an asset for Wyoming, and believe me, I have heard the annoyance of people around the country and around this state about our rest areas. But these are the challenges we're going to have. And so when we go into this year, we have a tremendous opportunity. We are going to reduce government. We have been reducing government. You all have the opportunity to make choices about where that reduction is going to occur. The legislators that we elect this year are the legislators that are going to have to make those choices. The county commissioners that you elect this year, they are the folks that are going to have to deal with how do we do a better job? How can we work together to do a better job of making sure our counties get the resources they need, and it can't all just come from the state. Luckily, over the last couple of years, we've worked with my colleagues and others to try to make sure that there's an easier interface with federal programs so that we can get federal dollars here. But those have their own challenges, because just because it's free federal money, does that really mean that's what we in Wyoming want to do? So we've got those choices to think about too. But all in all, and I think of a good Mormon friend of mine, a bishop over in Buffalo, who has reminded me time and time again that in the Mormon faith, one worries more about people in times of plenty than in times of adversity. Nearly all men can stand adversity. But if you want to test a man's character, I'm going to suggest come to Wyoming and see the character that's here. So with that, I want to thank you for your work here today. I want to thank you for the confidence you've placed in me. I want to tell you, too, that I am not doing what I'm doing because of poll numbers or because of anything. I'm doing them because, by God, I think that's the best thing I can do. And I take criticism. I grew up on a ranch, and I grew up not expecting much praise. I haven't gotten much praise either, so it's kind of going right on the thing. But I'll leave you with this thought, also from Abraham Lincoln, where he said, "If I were to read, much less answer, all the attacks made on me, this shop might be well closed for any other business. I do the very best I know how, the very best I can, and I mean to do so until the end. If the end brings me out all right, what is said against me won't amount to anything. If the end brings me out wrong, 10 angels on my shoulder saying I was right won't make a difference. And I will say, I am proud to be from Wyoming, to have that attitude, not because I want to say, I'm right or wrong, but because I want to stand with you to make sure Wyoming enters this next period of its life better, stronger, and greater than ever before. God bless you, and thank you."
Can you stick around just for a moment? Yeah. Thank you, Governor. Inspiring comments. When you delegates raised your voices and said, we need to have an in-person convention, your executive team listened, and we have worked extremely hard to make this happen. You've worked extremely hard and sacrificed to get here. This man here has gone above and beyond to make sure that we could have an in-person convention against many odds. Please give him a thank you. We're going to interrupt our order because I see Diana Enzi. Would you please come and introduce our next speaker? Please welcome Mrs. Diana Enzi.
Good morning. Several years ago, Mike was asked to speak to the Republican Women's National Forum, and they asked me to introduce him. And so I did, and now I've been doing it a lot of places, and I kind of like it because I get to tell you things that you don't know about Mike Enzi. So I'm going to do it in the format of 10 things you might not know about Mike Enzi. Number 10. Mike and our son Brad won a gold medal at the Cowboy State Games in canoeing. They built a 19-foot canoe. They hand-stripped the western red cedar, trimmed it in mahogany, fiberglassed it, and entered it in the race. And I can also tell you that the toughest battle between a father and son is caning the seats. So, Mike's passed many unanimous, number 9, sorry. Mike's passed many unanimous bills through the House and Senate. In the years that he was Health, Education, and Labor and Pensions Chairman, they passed a record 35 bills out of committee. His first unanimous bill, which did not receive any objection in the House or the Senate, was a needle stick bill. And just yesterday I was in the airport and I saw the receptacle on the wall where you put your needles if you need to use a needle for your medicines or your diabetes. And I tell my grandkids, your grandpa did that bill. Number 8, Mike reads over 100 books a year, fiction and nonfiction, and he closes every night by reading the Bible. But here's the kicker. He makes a book report on every single one of those 100 books, and he's read them 100 books for 50 years. So, number 7, after graduating from George Washington University, Mike was offered a full-ride scholarship to graduate school, and he turned it down, and here's why. The stipulation was that at some time in your life you had to spend 2 years in government. And we still have the 5-page typed single-space letter when he explained to them that his parents taught him that you do not take on an obligation you do not intend to fulfill, and it would be dishonest of him to take that scholarship. He was going back to Wyoming and going into business. Number 6, the last bill that Mike passed was the tax bill. It was signed between sessions around Christmas time, and so they didn't hand out the pins and the copies of the bill at that time. But when we got back to Washington, Ivanka Trump came and personally gave Mike a copy of the bill because he's the guy who got it through, and he was the one up all night putting it through the Senate. Number 5. Mike is a certified human resource professional, and he took a class and became certified, and he was one of the first 2 in Wyoming to become so, and it's been very beneficial in Washington. Number 4, for years Mike was the only accountant in the Senate, and he's worried about the debt, honest to goodness, since the day we got there, and he still worries about it. And now we've added $2.7 trillion to that debt in just the last few months. Sometimes I wake up at night and he's sitting on the edge of the bed and I say, Mike, are you okay? No. I say, are you sick? No. I said, what's wrong with you? He said, I'm just worried about this debt, Diana. We've got to get control of this. We can't hand this off to our kids and our grandkids. And one night he said to me, I'm so worried. I will be dead, but my grandchildren will say, my grandpa was there and he should have done something about this. Number 3, he's a wonderful dad and grandpa, and he built a super tree house in our backyard that our grandkids love to play in. It's one of the best things about our house. Number 2, Mike proudly served on the Wyoming Air National Guard. He was on the pistol team, and often he was their designated random test taker. You all know about how designated random works. He went to basic training in San Antonio, and he was the head of his squad, and in his squad were 2 people you'll recognize, Jerry Mathers from Leave It to Beaver, and Bob Lilly from the Dallas Cowboys. Mike said they harassed Jerry Mathers to pieces, and they left Bob Lilly alone. Number 1, as you can tell from the television, DC loves Hollywood. We like the stars to come and tell us how to do stuff, even though they have never done the job, they have never signed the bill or put their name on a ballot. But they can tell you how to do it, and they get enormous press and praise for that. Well, one time, Angelina Jolie came to see Mike about international adoption. Now, we don't go to the movies very often. We don't have time. He doesn't know who the stars are. If they walked up to him, unless he was Tom Selleck, he would know who it was. That's just how it is. So one time, Angelina Jolie came to his office to talk to him about international adoption. So he boned up on international adoption and told her what he could agree with her on and what he couldn't agree with her on. And when she went to leave the office, he opened the door to escort her in the hall, and all these young people were standing out there. And as she walked out, they went, "Oh." And Mike went out and said, "Well, what is that all about?" And so when he came home, I said, "Well, she's pretty famous, and was she pretty?" And he said, "Yes, but she's got big lips." So you have to stay married to the man who didn't know who Angelina Jolie was. And I've been married to him for 51 years, my husband, Mike Inslee.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Diana. Of course, I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for a great choice that I made years ago to marry that woman. She's more organized than I am. She's a harder worker than I am. She has better ideas than I do. And when I got elected mayor, that was supposed to be a part-time job. It turned out to be a very full-time job. She operated 2 shoe stores and raised 3 kids while I did that. She's just been a great advisor through all of that time. I want to thank the governor for his words. I've watched the governor for years, and in every position he grows and gets better. And he hasn't reached a peak yet, and he has a challenge to meet, and I know that he will meet it. You did a great job, Governor. You're doing a great job, and we appreciate it. And I want to thank all of you who are here today. You are the grassroots of politics. This is going to be the most critical year in politics. Of course, you hear us say that all the time. That's because it keeps getting more difficult, and we need more help, and we need more good candidates. I usually tell you what you should and shouldn't do when you're campaigning at this point in time, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to share some stories with you, and you can draw your own conclusions. Because one of the good things that happened out of this coronavirus is that I wasn't able to go to church. No, that's not the reason it was good. It was that I had to watch on television. So I'm moving through the channels trying to find something to watch on Sunday morning, and there's this sign on television that says, "Me and my big mouth." Well, that got my attention. And the person that was speaking said, "You have to be quick to listen, slow to speak, and slow to anger." He said, I got to tell you, I plagiarized that. And that was actually a friend of mine named James. James from the Bible. The stepbrother of Jesus. Yeah, and he went on to explain how that was really good advice. And I'm in an atmosphere where people are quick to anger and quick to speak and never listen. And that's become my favorite Bible verse. And I would like for you to take a look at Andy Stanley, who's on YouTube, and look at he did a series of 4 parts there that explained how our mouth can get us in trouble. He calls it fish mouth. It has a picture of a guy with a fish in his mouth, and talks about how the tongue is really the strongest muscle in our body. And it has the capability to start forest fires and personal fires. And you can't take back anything that came out of your mouth. So it's been a great great adventure from that standpoint. I would have missed him if it had not been for the pandemic. Now, years ago, I ran for mayor. I was the state president of the Wyoming JCs, and we had a convention in Cody, and I gave a speech on leadership, because that was a young men's leadership organization, and the importance of leadership. And then Senator Simpson was the keynote speaker, and he gave his usual great, very pointed, but humorous speech. And afterwards, he took me by the elbow, he took me over in the corner, and he said, you know, it's time you put this leadership, your money where your mouth is on this leadership stuff. You need to run for office. And that town you're in needs a mayor. Well, I thought about it a little bit, and on the drive back, Diana was driving, which is normal, and I said, you know, Diana, maybe I ought to run for mayor. And she drove down into the borrow pit and back up again. And the rest of the way home, we talked about what this community was going to need in light of what was about to happen to it. And I ran, and it's been a great adventure there. Now, I had, from the standpoint of politics, there was a Baptist minister who was a fundraiser for me. I didn't ask him. He just went out and raised money for me. And the way that he did it is he said, would you give $1 to Enzi's campaign for mayor? Well, at that time, $1 was a pretty significant thing. So if somebody gave him $1, he was sure they were voting for me. Now, today, I think we're at about $20 to hit that same point. But I want to make the point that, you know, if you want commitment, get people to give you some money, and you can bet that they're going to vote for you. Now, I also had a Catholic priest who was helping me out, and that's because he was from Ireland and really appreciated police. But we were having a problem in the police department. It was the days of Starsky and Hutch. You know, when people would leap out of the police would leap out of a second story onto the hood of a car and run after the bad guy. I can tell you for a fact that if you leap out of the second story of a building onto any part of the car, it will damage the car, and it will damage the person. So I had a lot of turnover in my police department, but we did psychological testing, and you can see that things kind of come around and go around, and so now I'm part of the justice debate based on my experience as a mayor who had a lot of things with the police department. At a run, of course, we went door to door. This has been something we've always done. It's something I always suggest to anybody who's interested in running for office. Go door to door. Now, at that time, Diana would go on one side of the street with our daughter Amy, who was 3, and I would go down the other side of the street. And they got more votes than I did, I'm sure. At almost every door, my 3-year-old daughter would say, you know, I'm really thirsty. And they'd invite them in. And she'd actually get to visit with them about the issues and things while my daughter got her lemonade. Another thing I did was I had brochures. Everybody gets brochures for a campaign. But I personally signed all the brochures, even the ones that Diana gave out. But I carried 2 kinds of brochures. I had one that said, I'm really sorry that I missed you, and it was signed. And you really saved a lot of time if you came to a house and nobody was home, because you just put that in the door and they know you were there. I got a lot of comments about people sorry that they had missed me. One other thing we did, though, was invite them to a meeting in the park. That's turned into an ice cream social over the years in the park. And so you're not giving a pitch about what you're going to do in office, but you're inviting them to something that they really like, a little bit of ice cream, a little bit of root beer, and that's a much friendlier atmosphere than politics normally gets. And we had a turnout for that every single place that I have ever campaigned, and usually wound up with at least one campaign volunteer as a result of it. Now, we had the honorees last night, and one of them she's 90 years old now and actually made the difference in Campbell County is Marjorie Rainwater. She moved to Gillette from Texas while I was mayor, and she had the foresight to know that there were going to be a lot of coal mine workers coming in, and they would probably come from West Virginia. And West Virginia was the most Democrat state in the nation at the time. So she knew we had to get organized, and she did it. She gave job descriptions to all the committee men and women and expected them to follow that job description, which included going door to door early. This is before the campaigns ever start. And get a feel for the people in their neighborhood. Get some trust from the people in the neighborhood, so when they're delivering a message later, people will listen to them. And of course, she wanted records kept, and she wanted a lot of effort to get out the vote time. This county has never been Democrat, thanks to Marjorie. Now, how did she learn this? Well, she was a campaign manager for George Bush Sr. when he ran for the House of Representatives, and she got him elected in Texas, which at that time was a major feat. And of course, later she helped on his presidential campaign and was such a help on the presidential campaign that she was invited by him to the inauguration to sit up on the Capitol. So we owe a great debt to her for the things that she's done in Campbell County, and of course the things she's done helping across the state. Well, as a result probably of her efforts, after I was mayor, I got elected to the Wyoming House, and then I served there 6 years, and then Kelly Mader resigned, and that left an opening, and I got appointed to that one, so then I got elected to the state senate. So I'm one of the few people that served 6 years in the House and 6 years in the Senate. But I learned a lot, and that's where I did develop my 80% rule. And the way that works is you can talk civilly about 80% of the issues, if you want to. It goes back to that quick to listen, slow to speak. You can talk civilly about 80% of the issues. And out of those 80%, you can pick an issue that you want to work on with anybody. I've done this with Senator Kennedy, and you can probably get 80% of it done. One of our problems in Washington now is we want to get 100% of everything, and we want to make it comprehensive. Comprehensive means it's going to be so big it's going to be incomprehensible. But another reason people like it is they can shove in other little amendments, pet things that they want to do, and maybe nobody will notice. And even if they do notice, there isn't time to surgically remove all of those. Now, you can do a blanket point of order, but if the blanket point of order goes through, the whole bill dies. So they put those on some comprehensive bills, and you know what? The comprehensive bills die. So we've got to get back to step by step and do it the Wyoming way, which is one topic to a bill, and not have all that other stuff stuck on there, because there's a time of teeth gnashing that will be coming up at the federal level. Now, after I'd served in the legislature and got a lot of bills passed, incidentally, we had a rule in the Senate that you could only co-sponsor You can only be the lead sponsor on 3 bills. I always had more than 3 bills that I needed to get through. So I would find somebody who had not met their quota and say, this is a great bill. You ought to be the lead co-sponsor on this. Oh, no, it's a lot of work. No, here's how it'll work. I will write the speeches for you. I will do speeches for you. I will lobby on the other end of the building for you, and you can have the credit. Those are good words. So I got to do a lot of bills that you won't find my name on while I was in the legislature. Now, after 6 years in the House and 6 years in the Senate, I was ready to hang it up. Now, that's when Senator Simpson said he wasn't going to run. And my family was with me at the time. I was recovering from open heart surgery and in no mood to do anything. And my daughter said to me, is that something you'd ever consider doing? I said, oh, absolutely not. There'll be a dozen people that want to do that have more experience than I do, and I will help one of them to get elected. Well, as time went by, I got a lot of requests from people to run. I kept saying no. Made it through the legislative session. I had legislators that told me I ought to run. No. Well, after it was too late to sign up to run, well, we hadn't had the signing time. That comes really late in Wyoming, but everybody was already in the race. I was in church, and I was lamenting how over all of these years of public service, I hadn't got to hunt and fish. And it was actually during the last song, which had some particular meaning, but while I'm complaining that I haven't got to hunt and fish, I'm recovering from the heart surgery, I get this little nudge that says, I didn't keep you alive to hunt and fish. I went home in tears and told my family, we're running. We're not going to necessarily win, but we're running. We didn't know anything about a state race. We didn't have any organization. We didn't have any equipment. A series of things happened that helped fill in those things. Diana was willing with 2 rules. No negative advertising, and we're not going to spend money we don't have. Always been a rule. It's a good rule in politics. I had a good friend who decided that he would mortgage his house to run and then didn't get elected. And it created some difficulties in the family, but they were strong enough to work through it. But don't do negative advertising. You're just advertising for the other guy. If you don't have enough that you want to do to run, don't run. Have something you want to do to run. Don't want to just hold office. There are a lot of people just like titles, but they're not worth much. So again, we did door-to-door. We did ice cream socials. Incidentally, I was in Glen Rock, and as we were going to a meeting with a whole bunch of people who were going to help me out with door-to-door. As I crossed the bridge, this kid was struggling up the bank from the creek with a huge trout. I stopped. Fishing is a passion. And I finished helping him up the bank, and he said, do you know any place where I could probably get this thing weighed? I said, oh yeah, I think the grocery store would probably weigh it for you. We're going to put some papers on the scale and we'll get it weighed. Oh, okay. I said, do you want to ride? Now, I'd never say that today. But at that time, I said, you want to ride? My whole family's in the car with me. And he said, yeah, that'd be great. The grocery store's a ways away, 3 blocks. We went and we weighed the fish. It was an 8-pound German brown. Yeah, I lost half of the men that were going to help me door to door. Now, while we were campaigning, we'd already been on all the major roads and all the towns. So we started doing the back roads. And if there was a farmhouse visible from the main road, I went in there and knocked on the door and asked for their vote. And I had several people who said, you know, I've never had a politician come to my door. Come on in and have a beer. Well, I didn't have time for that, but it works. People like to be asked to have their vote. Now, if you're campaigning, don't go door to door in the morning. We've had a lot of experiences with naked people coming to the door before noon. That's a good time to go to the businesses. The businesses are all, in past days, have always been open. Then you can hit the senior centers 30 minutes before lunch. Now, why do I say 30 minutes before lunch? Because when it's lunchtime, they have a table that they're going to be at with friends they're going to be at, and they are not going to want to talk to you. 30 minutes before the seniors meet. Now, I was in Newcastle, and they knew I was coming, and they served chocolate cake with peanut butter frosting. That's my favorite. Diana makes it for my birthday all the time. And they had liver and onions. And when I was talking, I said, this is one of my favorite things. Well, after I got elected, every time I came back, they had liver and onions and chocolate cake with peanut butter frosting. And the third time I said, you know, you might have been confused. Liver and onions I like once in a while, but it's the chocolate cake. Everybody breathed a sigh of relief. At lunchtime, of course, you can talk to the civic groups. They're always appreciative of having somebody show up. You may not be the main speaker, but you can talk to a lot of people at those. Afternoons, door to door. Again, door to door, invite them to something they can come to where you're not trying to sell them on a particular pitch. Everybody has a whole bunch of things that they're interested in, but a few things that they are really interested in. And if you can get them to come visit with you about those things, you can learn a lot and you can make a good impression if you're quick to listen and slow to speak. They didn't come to have you tell them how to handle their problem. They came to tell you how to handle their problem. And in Wyoming, I love this. If I talk to somebody from another state, I don't get the same common sense ideas that I get from Wyoming people. Now, of course, common sense doesn't go very far in Washington, so it's really hard to sell back there, but we can do it. When we were campaigning, we had an old Dodge Caravan that I'd already put 200,000 miles on, taking kids to basketball games. And we put another 45,000 miles on that during the campaign. And every day we prayed that that car would make it through the campaign. Now, the day after I got elected, I had jumped in the car to go down to Casper to do a whole bunch of interviews. And it wouldn't turn over. It wouldn't start. It was done. So be careful what you pray for. Could have used another few days on that one. If you run, and I encourage people to run, you really get to know people. You will develop friendships during that. Now, you'll have opponents. Get to know your opponents. They're good people too. They're people with ideas. They're people who believe and want to achieve. And if you get to know them during the campaign, when the campaign's over, if you win, you can have a unity breakfast or we had a unity barbecue. I had 8 other opponents, and they all wound up endorsing me, and one of them became my finance chairman, which is what I really needed. I didn't know how to do that at all, but John Barrasso knew how to do that. And he became my finance chairman and then got to join me in Washington later. Now, when you get elected, then there are things people expect you to do. One of the things is to go hear governor speak. After I was elected, I saw that I was going to be in Gillette, and Governor Geringer was going to be there, and at the library, he was going to hold a big town meeting. And I thought, out of courtesy, I probably ought to go listen to the governor. And I did. Unfortunately, the federal government, the day before, had decided that property owners who had coal bed methane on their property could not get a royalty because that belonged to the coal, and the coal belonged to the federal government. And so they were going to have to pay back their royalties. That's probably the biggest town meeting he ever had. The place was absolutely packed with people who were livid at the thought of having to pay the federal government back. And they said, "Governor, what are you going to do about that?" Well, he was a clever governor. He said, "That's a federal issue. Senator Enzi, what are you going to do about that?" I said, "Well, I'll put in a bill to solve that." Well, there were a lot of astute people there, but one of them stood up and said, "Now, wait a minute. You're a freshman. There's about 30 days of legislating left. How are you going to get that done?" I said, "Well, I don't know, but if I don't turn in a bill, I know it will not get done." I turned in the bill. I turned loose. I'd been on several legislative councils throughout the United States. I got other legislators from across the country to help out on it. I lobbied that person to person, and I got it passed unanimously in both houses in 30 days. So I should probably add that that was with opposition from the coal companies and the Indian tribes. But you get a lot of things that you didn't know that you'd get to work on. Diana mentioned the needle stick bill. That was with Senator Kennedy. I did an OSHA bill because I had worked on safety with oil field service companies. And I knew a lot of things that were a problem with OSHA. They were over-regulating a lot of ways, and they didn't understand the different industries. So I wrote a bill. And I met with everybody on my committee individually and went through that step by step, except Senator Kennedy, and I couldn't get a meeting with him. So I called Senator Simpson and said, you used to do this radio program with him, you're good friends with him, maybe you could pull some strings and let me do that. And he did. And so within 30 minutes, I got to sit down with Senator Kennedy and go through the bill. Now, part of it was on drug testing. He said, "So what do you know about drug testing?" I said, "Well, in my previous job as a safety officer, and while I was running, I was out in the field collecting urine specimens and doing saliva tests." He said, "Oh." And we went on to the next section. When we did the hearing on the markup on the bill, he said he did this great speech about how in his 25 years being in the Senate, he'd never had anybody go through a bill a section at a time with him. That's what we do in the Wyoming legislature. But he said, "I'm going to have to vote against it." And he did. But he called me later and he said, "I've been working on this bill for 14 years to try and get proper disposal of syringes, the needles from syringes. Would you take a look at it?" I did. I found the main problem was that he was specifying a company in Massachusetts that would make all of them. And we just changed it so that we specified how it had to work and anybody could make them. And that one passed the House and the Senate unanimously. I got a call from the Nurses Association and they said, "Could we put your picture on the cover of our magazine?" I said, you can throw darts at it if you want. I'm a politician. You can do whatever you want." They said, "Oh, no, you don't understand. We've never had a Republican in our magazine, let alone on our magazine." So you have a lot of opportunities to do things. Of course, one of the thrills was the tax cut bill that Diana mentioned. That actually had to come through the Budget Committee. So I got to shepherd that through the process and got the pen. If you take a bill through the process and you get it passed in the House and the Senate, and the President says this is important enough for a public signing, you might get the pen. So pens are kind of a big deal. Well, later I passed the Career and Technical Education bill. I'd been working on that for 7 years. It didn't get publicity anywhere because there wasn't any controversy. That's all they want to print. And so when I got to go to the signing on that one, the president made a big deal out of the pen he was using. He said, you know that Tax Cut and Jobs Act bill, you got an $80 cross pen. That was the last of the $80 cross pens. Cross pens do not have enough flair for me. You probably didn't know that. But at any rate, he said, so I like Sharpies. But I called the Sharpie company and I said, I can't be signing pens with a Sharpie, a gray Sharpie. Can you do one in black? And they said, oh yeah, we'll do it in black. We'll put your name on the side in gold. I said, how much? Because he's always negotiating. They said, oh, $1 a pen. He said, good. And so he said, now Enzi, you got to realize you got the last of the $80 cross pens. You get the first of the $1 Sharpies. So I have those mounted in my office. In Washington, you're not limited to your job, so I've done a few other things. One of them is start an inventors conference. One of the things you politicians will be asked is, we have this brain drain in Wyoming. We educate kids. We educate the sharpest kids in the world, and I guarantee that that's true. But then they have to go somewhere else to get a job. So, Senator Enzi, what are you going to do about that? Well, you think about that a lot. I said, well, I think I'll start an inventors conference, because if you can invent something that can be made in Wyoming and shipped all over the world, you can live wherever you want. And I know that these kids would like to live in Wyoming. So I started an inventors conference, and we've done that for 15 years now, and have had hundreds of patents come out of that. Now, they can't talk about it at the meeting, because once you disclose your idea, then it's kind of public property. So you have to patent it first, and we tell them how to do that. And the only charge for the conference is you have to buy your own lunch. If I were to buy their lunch, that would be an ethical violation. Yeah, I can't give them water either. But another thing that's come out of that's a thing called GrowBiz. And that's an opportunity for people to find out how to work with the federal government. I had heard about this being done in some states. So the federal government would go to a state and they would educate the small businessmen on how to do contracts. And I said, we want that in Wyoming too. They said, oh, you don't have enough people, so we're not going to do it in Wyoming. I said, well, we've got a lot of people with ideas. Oh, no, we're not going to do it. I heard they were going to do it in Montana. So I got a hold of them again. I said, if you can come to Montana, you can come to Wyoming, and we're not very far from Montana. And they said, okay, we'll do one in Cody. I think they wanted to go to Yellowstone. We'll do one in Cody, but if you don't have 100 participants in it, we will never be back again. Well, we had 125 that pre-registered, and you know how tough pre-registration is in Wyoming. And we had more people show up at the door, which is also typical of Wyoming. And they have been back every year since. And we get about $6 million worth of contracts out of that each year. And new people learn how to work with the federal government. I also do something called Wyoming Works. It occurred to me that I was in the shoe business, and people don't know much about the shoe business. They think you just sell people shoes. They don't know how far in advance, how you hire people, how you train people, how you're really supposed to fit people. So it occurred to me that I probably didn't know a lot about other businesses. Diana came up with the idea that we ought to travel and see some other businesses. So we have been visiting Wyoming businesses, and I can't tell you how helpful that is in Washington. We'll be working on a bill, and I can say, no, I visited a business, and this is what you're about to do to them. So you can do things outside of it. Now, I'm finishing up, and all this time, one of the things that has helped me has been my dad's lessons. And one of his lessons is, you come from the people, you return to the people, treat them as people. Yeah. He also had another important lesson, and that's that nobody is more important than anybody else. We just have different jobs. Yeah. And thanks. And my mom was good at lessons too, good at instructions too, but good at lessons. And the one that I have on every desk in my office for them to do is do what's right, do your best, and treat others as they want to be treated. So I send you on your way. I hope a lot of you will run for office. I hope everybody will help those who run for office. But be quick to listen, slow to speak, and slow to anger. Thank you. My last speech.
Your hometown senator that has served in our state legislature and our U.S. Senate for 24 years. Thank you, Senator Enzi, for sharing your advice, and we are honored to have you here today. Unless I hear otherwise, I understand our Secretary of State, due to the challenges of COVID election season, family loss, and family health reasons, Ed Buchanan will not be here today. So now we will hear from our State Treasurer, Kurt Meyer. He's in a conference currently. He'll make his way here shortly.
Oh, thanks for the opportunity to say a few words in front of an august group of Republicans that are ready and fired up to go out and elect more Republicans. Right, guys? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to be short on what's happened the last couple of years. It's been really exciting and great to work with the top five: the governor, Christie, Jillian, and Ed. We've done a lot in the Treasurer's office, and you don't do it all alone. The SLIB board has been instrumental in a lot of things. We've onboarded dozens of new managers, moved around about, over $9 billion in different places and different asset classes, and it's really paid off during this last downturn. We were one of the top performing sovereign wealth funds. We didn't make money, but we lost a heck of a lot less than anybody else because of the way that we got it structured and the fine work that the people and the staff had done in the Treasurer's office. And so we're excited to move forward. And I think we're going to hit our spending policy. So we're one of the, I think, few revenue streams that is not going to go down this year in spite of all of the volatility that we've had. And that's because of the hard work of the SLIB board, hard work of the legislature giving me the tools to get people onboarded that we needed to have. So I thank the legislators for all the work that you guys did to help us out in that regard, and the SLIB board in what you guys have done, a lot of heavy lifting. It's not easy to have that big of a changeover and doing all those different things. But what's really excited, I think, is the candidates that I see out there for the statewide offices, and some of the friends that I see that are running for some of the legislative spots. And I'm really excited to know that despite COVID, despite all the disruptions in our lives, despite this loss of normality, the one thing that we can rely on is the Republican Party and the underlying grit and determination that we're going to make a better Wyoming, that we're going to do something that needs to be done, and we're going to do it because we've got the guts to get out there and get it done. And we've got people here that do it, and you're out there too, guys. Yeah. So I'm just saying it was I think a really fun stint for me to work with resolutions, and we'll get into that earlier. I really want to thank the chairman for thinking me about in that vein, because
that was fun to get back on the ground floor again for a little while. So I'm going to make it short and sweet. I'm just going to thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thank you for all the work that you've done, and thank Doug for being our parliamentarian there. You know, guys, what this whole thing is about is electing Republicans, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. And we'll get a good send-off, and we'll keep this state this way. We'll get Donald Trump in there. We'll get Mike Pence back. We're going to keep the Senate, and we're going to make the next Speaker of the House from Wyoming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, for your remarks today and for co-chairing the Resolutions Committee. That was a heavy lift, as always. Plus, that committee worked until midnight, I understand, until they got kicked out of here. Our state auditor, Christy Racinas, is also willing to serve as our convention secretary, and she is here to make her remarks in her elected position.
All these tall folks, geez. Welcome. It's so good to see all of you. 2 years ago, so many of you were strangers, and I feel so fortunate to count so many of you as friends now. And for those of you that I haven't met in person yet, I hope to make it around today. I'll try to be brief. We're in incredibly challenging times. That's overused, but it continues to be the truth. It's been challenging to our livelihoods, to our liberties, to our freedoms. It has been challenging to our health. Wyoming has been exceptionally fortunate to be less impacted in ways, but that is real, and certainly my home county of Fremont is feeling that indeed. It's been challenging to my patients as a mother as I've tried to navigate homeschooling. So I'd like to thank all of our teachers, particularly any of those that are in the room right now. I know that has certainly been an interesting experience as well. Thank you so much for all of the work that you do and the important work that we'll do here today. I'm honored to be serving as the convention secretary. I'll certainly do my very best to not screw it up. That's my number one promise. And thank you for keeping the spirit alive, you know, at the grassroots level, at home, out in the counties. I can tell you at the state level, what we've been doing is working as hard as we can to navigate through this situation and help out our businesses and our citizens of the state of Wyoming. You know, the governor mentioned that our legislature came in and passed a business relief program with the $1.2 billion of federal money that we got in from Washington. I can't, you know, something that kind of surprised me is we're way ahead of the game in other states than that. I participate in a lot of national calls with my colleagues, my equivalents from around the state, and they're asking questions that we were asking 6 weeks ago or 2 months ago. So your legislature really does deserve commendation for acting so quickly and getting that money out on the street. The business interruption stipend program that has gone out, we have been working in my office in conjunction with the Business Council to get that money very, very quickly to where it's needed most in Wyoming. So your legislature passed that bill, I believe it was on May 16th, and we cut the first check on June 10th. That was 2 days after the application opened and 25 days after the legislation was passed. So that's pretty darn quick turnaround, and we're doing as good, if not better, than any other state. So what I've done as the auditor, I think you all know I stood up a website called Wyopen going on a year ago to post our state's checkbook online. So what I've done in the last couple weeks with talented folks in my office is they've created a specific button on that website that'll show you all of the CARES money and which businesses it has gone to. So you can go out there, wyopen.gov, click Biz Funds, and you can see every check that's been cut. As of this morning, I've just checked, we've put out about 1,600 checks so far. Now, that's good for transparency, and that's the reason we did it. But it's also heartening to know that this money is getting to our sole proprietors, our smallest businesses, who took the biggest brunt from having to shut down or being asked to shut down because of coronavirus. And I'm really happy to say that the first check we issued was to a cupcake shop here in Gillette, a Main Street business. So I was very pleased. I'd love for you to go look at that list of businesses. It's going to be your friends, your neighbors, the girl or guy that's cutting your hair. It's really, like I said, I'm really proud about where that money is going. I don't consider it a handout. I think it's tax money that has been paid by those businesses, and it's to make up for their losses from this situation. So I think that's really important, and Wyoming really is ahead of the game on that. So the last event, I'm so happy to be here in person, and this is really the first thing I've been to. And the last event was on March 13th. This was the last public event I went to, and it was the Patriots Dinner up in Teton County, which is a wonderful event as well. So I do have to, I love a silver lining, and I do enjoy that I've bookended my quarantine with two fantastic Republican events. Well, that's nice, but what I think that speaks to is our adaptability, our tenacity, and our flexibility as Republicans. Maybe that's not something we're traditionally known for, but I think it proves it. What does that mean going forward? There's a lot of candidates out there, and I've campaigned, and many of you have before. We're in new territory there. It's more important than ever that we elect Republicans up and down the ticket, and I have absolute confidence. This entity today, this event we're having, shows that you can figure out how to get it done in this environment and be creative and get elected and make sure we have excellent candidates and that they get elected. So I just have to say I'm so confident we will elect a good conservative Republican senator to Washington, but I'm just not sure we're ever going to have another Mike Enzi. So thank you to him. I appreciate his work. There is so much work to do, and I'm already feeling self-conscious about taking away time from the important debate that needs to happen. So thank you, and thank you for the opportunity again, and thank you for all of the work that you do.
Thank you, Christy, for the work that you do for the state of Wyoming and in advance for today. Now we will hear from Superintendent of Public Instruction, Jillian Balo. Please welcome her.
Well, good morning. I have such a special way to start this morning because I get to recognize some folks from the next generation of Republicans right here from Campbell County. On Wednesday, we were blessed with a young army. The Gross family's son, Jonathan, Hihaka, and Ape, Joseph, and Kaya carried boxes of crates of water and stuffed bags for this event. The Brogdon sisters, Maggie and Olivia, joined the team, and 7 kids from Campbell County, efficiently organized 400 bags of convention materials. Olivia explained that she was in the third grade and had been stuffing bags her whole life. A good way to start your career, Olivia. Team Dudley showed up on Thursday. Sisters Aspen, Lexi, and Tenley Dudley stuck labels on badges and were helping hands to everyone from morning until the end of the Pink Elephant live auction. Maggie, Olivia, Aspen, Lexi, and Tenley worked Friday and today and know where to find everything. Campbell County is very proud of these kids, and so am I. They have been an inspiration and an affirmation for all of us seasoned Republicans. Let's give them a hand. Well, good morning, Wyoming, and I'm so excited to be here in person with the best of the best in my hometown, which is also the best of the best, Gillette. I want to share two messages today, one about education and the other about the future of our state and our country. You need to know that it is my absolute privilege to serve as your elected state superintendent. I'm also the president of the Council for Chief State School Officers. This is the national organization for state superintendents. And one thing I take seriously as your superintendent is to ensure the needs of Wyoming students and that they are addressed in Washington, D.C. and in all national decisions involving education. All too often, federal education policy is geared toward urban areas, but please rest assured that Wyoming is on the radar in Washington, D.C. And throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, I've been in frequent and regular conversation with Secretary DeVos and her team of leaders. She and her office have offered tremendous leadership, and it is an honor to work with her as we push back on the Democrat-controlled House of Representatives and forge ahead with an education agenda that serves all students. We have made difficult decisions in education over the last 3 months, and I want to thank Governor Gordon for your leadership, not only in education, but all across main streets of Wyoming. Thank you for your leadership, Governor. The difficult decisions aren't over. Public education is not going back to normal next fall or ever. And while most of us, myself included, are quite eager to see our students back in school buildings in the fall, there are new ideas and practices that should and must carry on. First of all, throughout the last 3 months, we've seen families engaged like never before in their children's education. Families have experienced homeschool and virtual education. And school choice, even within our public school system, should be a more viable option for Wyoming families. Second, we didn't have a statewide assessment this spring, and you know what? It was okay. It's time to rethink how often and why we are testing students. And there's no better time than the present to have that conversation. And third, and this is so near and dear to all of our hearts in our communities, students who live in abusive homes have not fared well through this pandemic. You see, our education system is the first and usually, or I shouldn't say usually, but sometimes the only reporter of abuse and neglect. And while students have been home, the abuse and neglect reports have dropped off. I want you to know that as your state superintendent, I'm committed to working with all of you in your communities to make sure that Wyoming kids are safe, whether they're at home or in school buildings. Now, on to the upcoming election. I feel optimistic about the prosperity and the strength of our state, our country, and the world. President Trump is on his way to serving a second term. We control the U.S. Senate. A majority of state governors and legislatures are Republican, and the majority of partisan elected state superintendents are Republicans. Yes. Additionally, we have an outstanding delegation representing Wyoming in Washington, D.C., and we've heard from all of them in the last 24 hours. All three serve on a COVID-19 task force, recovery task force, and Congresswoman Cheney was recently appointed to the China task force and will vehemently hold China accountable for the damage that they have caused our world and the threat that they pose. Elections are just around the corner, and we need to set our sights on maintaining an absolute majority in Washington, D.C., in Cheyenne, and in every single local race across this state. We must work together to build momentum in the GOP and dominate our primary and general elections. Now back to education for a minute. The presumptive Democrat nominee for president recently vowed to immediately reverse key decisions made by the Trump administration and Secretary Betsy DeVos. I don't need to remind all of you that our former president, through dear colleague letters and FAQ documents, took away our rights and due processes in schools. Republicans, education, and America cannot put a Democrat back in the White House or in charge of education. So in closing, and shoulder to shoulder with my colleagues, the other statewide elected officials, the governor, the Secretary of State, the auditor, the treasurer, and myself, our state is facing dire straits. With the most recent cuts included, my agency, the Wyoming Department of Education, will realize a 37% budget cut since I came into office a little over 5 years ago. Now, some of those cuts were voluntary because I believe in running a lean education agency, but other cuts have not been voluntary, but they are nonetheless necessary. From Main Street to my department, the Department of Education, we feel the depth of the cuts as a result of COVID and reduced revenues. As a member of the State Loan and Investment Board, it is an honor for my colleagues and to link arms with those of you in your communities to keep your businesses open and thriving. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for doing the work of the party today, and a special shout out to all of the Republicans in the room who have selflessly thrown their hat into the ring by running for office. Godspeed, Wyoming GOP, and stay well. Thank you. Thank you again.
Much appreciated, Superintendent Balo, and a special appreciation as I go into the committee thank yous that made this convention possible for catching all the names of those youngsters. If any of you ranchers were taking note, that's quite a branding crew lineup. You might want to get that list from Jillian. This convention would not be possible, and I believe you will see what's demonstrated in the level of functionality due to these folks. Now, we've got two committees that make state conventions possible. The Standing Committee is a long-term committee, and that committee consists of, and if you would, stand up as I call your name. We want people to know who you are. Carl Allred, Marty Halverson, Sherry Steinmetz, Tammy Hooper, Aaron Johnson, Teresa Richards, who is in Karen, Utah, Kathy Russell, Janet Mader, and myself. Thank you, Standing Committee. Now, some of those members cross over and serve on the 2020 State Convention Committee. Now, this is a hearty list of volunteers, and the results of what you've seen from Thursday morning through the closing tonight are highly due to this list of fine folks, mostly in Campbell County. We have Veronica Taylor, please stand, Dave Horning, Autumn and Jarek Dudley, Kathy Rainey, Nancy Mills, Rita Farrow, Mary Horning, Sue Howard, Barb Luthi, Vicki Kissick, who is absent today, and we cannot forget our fearless chairwoman, Janet Mader. Thank you, 2020 State Convention Committee. And now, without objection, the chair will appoint Al Gage from the RNC, Republican National Committee, as convention parliamentarian. Al, you are hereby appointed. And now we will hear from our Wyoming State Party Treasurer, Doug Chamberlain, to give you a treasurer's report. What is your point of order?
Before we proceed with any further down this schedule, I think we have to determine how we're going to operate going forward. Many people, if not a majority of the people in this room, believe that the May 9th meeting was continued or recessed in order for us to continue this part of the agenda. Earlier this morning, I learned that you believe that the meeting was adjourned. Now, when we adjourn a convention, it is over, which means we can't open a new convention to have this business. So I'm asking for a point of order as to whether or not this is a continuation or a reconvening of a recessed meeting in order for us to continue the action that's on this schedule. Otherwise, we can't be here today.
It is Lisa Price from Teton County. And the ruling of the chairman is we have two conventions. There was some confusion as to what they were labeled, but the parliamentarian made it clear at the close of our first convention that it was adjourned by proper vote and that this is a second convention. And if you look at our agenda, our proposed agenda, we have approval of convention agenda coming up.
But does having a second convention violate our bylaws?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Well, I appeal the ruling of the chair.
We must adopt a credentials report, and this will be addressed at that time.
Okay.
We are still in the opening ceremony stage, and the treasurer will now give the treasurer's report. No business or votes will be conducted until the credentials committee is seated from their report, and we have approval of agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's another great day to be a Republican. We can do better than that. It's another great day to be a Republican. Thank you. Your Budget and Audit Committee meets the Tuesday after the second Monday every month. And we met on June 9th, and I want to report to you, we confirmed we'd had just over $163,000 in cash assets at that time. All of the expenses and all of the incomes have been accounted for the first convention. Scott Dickerson, who is here as a delegate from Uintah County, is our comptroller. He keeps track of the county shares, and he reports that we have 63% of our county shares received at this particular time. If you have any questions, see Scott. Thank you for your generosity, your hard work, and we're in an outstanding position to enter the primary and general election seasons coming up. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to this convention. I love coming to the convention every 2 years. This is, I've been doing this almost since 1984. I'm David Holland. I'm your vice chairman. I love gathering because it's just like a gathering of a family, and I see faces that maybe only see them once or twice. You wonder how people get to be on the executive committee. It starts by you in your counties electing a state committee man, state committee woman, and a party chairman for your county. Those three people from each county make up the State Central Committee, and I would like to ask all the members of the State Central Committee at this time to stand and be recognized, please. If you'd give them a hand. I have the privilege of being from Crook County, and I get to go back and report fairly regularly to Crook County, and I tell the Crook County Central Committee that the State Committee is just like you. They are ordinary people who care deeply about the party and look forward to securing our freedoms and our liberties, and they work diligently. And then your State Central Committee elects the Executive Committee, and I would like to introduce at this time our State Executive Committee, our National Committee woman, Marty Halverson. Would you please stand? Our National Committee man, Corey Steinmetz. Would you please stand? Our State Secretary, April Poley. Would you please stand? Our Chairman, Frank Ethorn, would you please stand? These are the members of the State Executive Committee. We also have Brian Shuck, who is our counsel, Doug Chamberlain, who is our our treasurer, and I have the privilege of having been elected vice chairman. And I will tell you, working with these people, go ahead and sit down, Frank. I got 10 minutes. These people are a joy and an example worthy of following. Frank Ethorn is a man of humility and modesty and integrity, and he's an example to me. But I will tell you, Marty Halverson has taught me more about having a positive outlook, never turning back, never giving up, and it's been my privilege to serve with her. I've been a fan of hers since she became our National Committee woman, and I'm going to miss her tremendously now that she's going off. So would you give one more hand to Marty Halverson? She deserves it. Thank you very much. I had a goal when I became vice chairman, and this election year I wanted to hit every county by August, and I started out real well, and then we had this little corona thing come up, and I didn't make it, but I have had the opportunity to travel to several counties. My goal is to make all the counties. I have fallen in love with people all over the state of Wyoming, friends, neighbors, wonderful people. I'd like to give a special recognition to so many of you, but I'd like to recognize the Wyoming Federation of Women. Would you please stand? Wyoming Federation of Women. Wyoming Federation of Republican Women. They are workhorses, and they are an example to all of us. And I'd like to close with a couple of comments. Victor Davis Hanson, the great historian and professor, commented this last week that societies on the rise build statues of their heroes. Societies on the plateau polish their statues, and societies on the decline tear down their statues. I call upon Republicans to protect the statues, protect the traditions, defend the history of our nation. I'd like to close. I cannot believe that in the name of Black Lives Matter, statues are being torn down of black soldiers who fought to free slaves, of George Washington, of Abraham Lincoln, of Admiral Farragut, who fought the Battle of Mobile Bay to free the slaves, of Christopher Columbus. But what's amazing, we have our Lincoln Day dinners, our Reagan Day dinners. The Democrats used to have Jefferson-Jackson days. I'd like to tell you what Thomas Jefferson said. Thomas Jefferson said, "A leader educates or informs his people and does their will." It's the job of our elected officials to tell us what we need to know so we can make decisions. And when we make a decision, they need to represent us and take that decision back. The Democrats have forgotten it, the Republicans have not. So we will claim that from Thomas Jefferson. I'd like to read you what Andrew Jackson said in his retirement. In his farewell address in 1837, President Andrew Jackson stated, "But you must remember, my fellow citizens, that eternal vigilance by the people is the price of liberty, and you must pay the price if you wish to secure the blessing. You no longer have any cause to fear danger from abroad. Your strength and power are well known throughout the civilized world, as well as the high and gallant bearing of your sons. It is from within, among yourselves, from cupidity, from corruption, from disappointed ambition, and inordinate thirst for power, that factions may be formed and liberty endangered. It is against such designs, whatever disguise the actors may assume, that you have especially to guard yourselves. You have the highest of human trusts committed to your care. Providence has showered upon this favored land blessing without number, and has chosen you, the citizens of America, as guardians of freedom to preserve it for the benefit of the human race. May he who holds in his hands the destinies of nations make you worthy of the favors he has bestowed, and enable you with pure hearts and pure hands and sleepless vigilance to guard and defend to the end of time the great charge he has committed to your keeping." Those were two Democrat presidents. Their words are only being honored and kept up by the Republican Party. Let's preserve the freedoms that we have. Let's defend our civilization. Let's elect Republicans, Republicans, Republicans this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman Holland. Always full of inspiration and strong leadership. If you will turn to the front page inside of your booklet, you see the "I am a Republican because." I'm going to introduce somebody to this convention that epitomizes, she is the "I am a Republican because." She has joined the ranks of the Iron Ladies of Republican women in Wyoming. She has served as a legislator and your national committee woman, and she is a steadfast and steady, committed Republican activist. Please welcome, as we honor, Honorary Convention Chairwoman Marty Halverson. Madam Chairwoman, you have the privilege of the floor. Would you like to take it?
I shall be brief. I have been involved in politics all my life, ever since a lot of people have heard the story. My father took me door to door in 1964 for Barry Goldwater in Chicago. I always thought for years that my dad was just the bravest guy in the world, and then it dawned on me decades later, he took me for protection. No one was going to take a swing at a guy with a little girl by the hand. And I will continue to be involved in my local Lincoln County Republican Party. I will always be involved in Republican Party politics at some level or other. And it's been my pleasure to serve the Wyoming Republican Party at the Republican National Committee. And I leave that seat in the best of hands with Harriet Hageman. And thank you all very much for allowing me to serve.
Now there's a woman who landed in Wyoming with her boots on. We are now ready for the report of the I've heard a second, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? Report is now approved. 347 delegates to the 2020 Wyoming Republican Convention. And now the chair would entertain a motion to elect Permanent Convention Secretary, the Honorable Christy Racinas. Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Christy Racinas is our convention secretary. Congratulations.
Okay.
Now the chair would entertain a motion to approve the convention agenda. Moved and seconded. Discussion? Any discussion?
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Peter Nicolason.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Natrona County. I'm concerned that the bylaws require the order of business to mandate a couple items that aren't on the agenda. Specifically, convention order of business shall include elections and other business. So I would move to add those to the agenda. Thank you.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment to the agenda, the addition to the agenda. Any discussion? Could you, Mr. Nicolason, could you specify where in the agenda order you would like this, please?
According to our bylaws, they are items K and L, or toward the end of the order of business. It would indicate that it would be put in after introduction and addresses of declared statewide candidates. I don't know that that works exactly, but somewhere after that would be my proposal. So on the agenda that we have, I think that I would suggest that we do it before the U.S. candidate speeches, U.S. Senate candidate speeches.
Okay. Prior to. Mr. Nicolason, please stick around. We need some clarification, please. Could you state the agenda item clearly, and may I recommend we put it right after adoption of floor rules?
I would be happy to put it right after adoption of floor rules, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and would you please state the item that you are asking us to add?
Elections as an item and other business as an item.
Did you want those together or separated?
Separated.
Then please specify where you'd like other business, please.
After elections.
Is everyone clear on the motion? The motion is to amend the convention agenda so we would have the order of adoption of floor rules, elections, other business, and then on to the rest of the list, correct?
Correct.
Okay, discussion. We have for and against mics. If you wish to speak, you need to approach which side you are approaching, for or against. For on this side, against on this side. Okay, we have a gentleman approaching, I believe from Crook County. Could you identify yourself and state your discussion?
Jeff Burrigan, Crook County. Haven't these elections already been decided over our last convention?
We believe that is a strong possibility with the exception of electors. We have some unfinished business with electors. More discussion? Further discussion? Further discussion? Mr. Hanson.
Jeb Hansen, Niobrara. I would urge against this motion. Our main job is to nominate a presidential candidate. I don't think that it would change the consequence or the outcome by having this election, and it'll take a lot of time. I would be against it.
Okay. Discussion 4.
Mr. Chairman, Caitlin Long, Laramie County. Per Lisa Price's previous discussion, Wyoming Statute 22-4-116 authorizes a convention, not multiple conventions. Moreover, on May 15th, 2020, Secretary of State Buchanan released the following memo. Upon completion of the first part of the Wyoming Republican Party State Convention, the party chairman, Frank Ethorn, reported uncertified results to our office, along with an explanation of technology issues arising during the election. We have been notified that the second part, not separate convention, second part of the convention will be held in June, at which time these matters will be on the agenda to be addressed by convention delegates. Until the state convention ends, certified results are not required to be reported to our office. At that time, we expect to receive certified results of the election of presidential electors and other party business. Mr. Chairman, this is all out of order.
The chairman will offer a point of information. The reason you see ratification on the proposed agenda is because we are following RNC rules, we are following our bylaws, and we are following state statute by ratifying the actions of the first convention in the second convention. Every state that has split their conventions has gone through this process and is required by RNC rules. So those, until ratified, cannot be certified. That is the purpose of this convention. Any discussion against?
Chelsea Clem, I'd like to speak against this. The term other business is too broad to bring to this. I think we need to move forward and get on with the business at hand.
And any further discussion? Unless there...
Mr. Chairman.
You must come to the mic and be recognized. We have one more discussion for, and until then we have run out against.
Mr. Chairman, Lisa Price, Teton County. Following the May Zoom meeting, Secretary Poley posted on social media that there is no need to push the party for a revote. The party expects to revote. So part of this discussion about holding a new election has to do with the technology difficulties, and adding elections to this agenda is to resolve those once and for all about who was actually elected and who should be elected through an alternate voting methodology.
And it looks like we have retired discussion. Are we ready to vote?
Mr. Chairman,
we are ready to vote. The discussion has ended.
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
This is brought up. If we do not follow our bylaws, this would be a change to the bylaws and require 2/3 of a vote to accept the agenda as presented. Because in our bylaws, it clearly outlines the categories of business, and changing that and not having elections and other business would be against our bylaws and require 2/3 vote to pass.
Are you speaking to the point of order?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You may have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, Carl Allred, Uinta County.
in our bylaws where they are talking about order of business and saying that. It says the state chairman at his discretion may change the order of business prior to convening the convention. With the proposed agenda here, if that's accepted, that is absolutely in line with our bylaws.
That is correct. That allowance is also in there. The ruling of the chair is we will vote on the motion to amend the agenda. The chairman does have the power to rearrange the agenda items, and that's what you see before you.
Point of order. I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Ruling of the chair has been appealed. All in favor of overruling the chair on this decision, please stand. A 2/3 vote has been required. Majority, sorry. All in favor of appealing the decision of the chair, please stand. Please sit. All of those opposed to overruling the chair, please stand. It's clear. You may sit. The ruling of the chair
Point of order,
is
Mr.
in
Chairman.
place. What is your point of order?
We have delegates that are in the other room who you can't count with the standing votes. How do we address that?
We have a mic in that room. We will take those votes. Is Senator James, can he report to us standing? And we will do standing ayes and nays. Okay. There's only two? Okay. There are only 2 occupants in the room. It will not change the outcome of the vote. Okay. Now we are back on the amendment to the adoption of the agenda to add elections and other business after adoption floor rules and prior to ratification. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to amend the agenda, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. The nays have it. We were on to the rest of the main motion to adopt the agenda. Any discussion? Parliamentarian and the chairman rule that division is dilatory at this point. It's clear that that motion failed. Now back to the main motion, which is to adopt the agenda before us. All in favor? Ms. Super.
Point of order. I'm going to help out the parliamentarian right now. With the announcement of the certified delegates, I would remind everyone that that number is a floating number, so that if there is a call for division, it might not be exactly the split between the 334 delegates or whatever the number was that were certified, because people leave the room, they go to the bathroom, so whatever the numbers are when we have a call for division on the count, you can't go with trifles of that it doesn't meet the 334 delegates that we had certified. That's just a point of order.
Thank you. Would the Sergeant of Arms report if there are any delegates out in the hallway, please? That would be helpful. Okay. All right. Without objection, we will retake the division vote. And so we are on the motion to amend the agenda. The amendment to add elections and other business. Please say aye if you favor this motion. Let's have you rise if you favor this motion. Please be seated. If you oppose this motion, please rise. Can we get an estimate from the other room? Speaking of the isolation room, is that okay? Thank you. You may be seated. We will await report from the isolation room. Delegates, please stand by. As a process reminder, anybody in the isolation room, they have a mic, but they must notify somebody in this main convention room who has approached the mic in order to speak for their turn. They don't need to speak for their turn, they just need to take their place, and then that person may speak in the isolation room. So if I haven't made that clear, if you have a colleague, a delegate from your county in the isolation room, and they wish to speak for or against or raise a point of order, they must notify somebody from your county, in which you must approach the microphone and for them to be recognized. So far, we've not seen that happen, but we will await for that, and we will wait for the vote results from the isolation room. And we will get an update on how many are in that isolation room.
Mr. Chairman?
You may be recognized. Oh, can't. Sorry, we've got to clarify this vote. Please bear with us if we are trying to run two rooms at the same time. Yeah, you want to do that?
I need one teller, one member of the teller committee that we met this morning. I need one volunteer from the teller committee who has a cell phone.
He's already been appointed.
Never mind, we got somebody already appointed. I thank you all for volunteering.
Yep. That was two ayes. The nays have it, motion fails. We're back on the main adoption of the agenda. Discussion on the motion on the floor?
No, point of information. I don't savvy this isolation room. Can you explain that?
Yes, it was offered at check-in to anyone who either feels they are posing a risk or may be at risk of their health, so that they are not congregating, that's not the right word, so they're not in the main convention room.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Now we're back on the adoption of the agenda. I see no one for discussion. All in favor of the adoption of the agenda as in your packet, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Agenda is adopted. Now please check into your floor rules. Next on the agenda is the adoption of floor rules. The chair would entertain. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we've got to get our permanent convention chairman in place. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would now entertain a motion to elect a permanent convention chairman, the Honorable Scott Clem. Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Permanent convention secretary is elected. Congratulations. Let me clarify, that's chairman.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and delegates. We're gonna switch some things around just a little bit because I'm gonna give some process remarks here in just a moment. But we have two microphones. You'll see we've got one over here is supposed to be the nay, and one over here is supposed to be the ayes. I need a couple of gents to do me a favor and take those mics and bring them about down to midway so that those in the very back can get closer to them a little bit. So we're going to move them about midway through the room, but that's where you need to go. Now, I have to say this. I got a few preliminary remarks, and that's this, that the Chairman Eathorn bringing in a handicap guy is probably the smartest thing that he's done this executive, this executive committee could do. And the reason why is that they know that in our politically correct world, no one is going to cross me unless they want to be called a prejudicial bigot. And that seems to be true. Now, the real reason that I was brought in is because I'm a white male. That's not true either. You know, let me say something here. I am so glad that I belong to a party that doesn't play to the cancel culture identity politics mob that is the progressive left Marxists and the Democrat Party. Are you thankful for that? I mean, really. Think about this now. We actually believe that every individual has equal opportunity to succeed. You put in hard work and you do your best and you use your God-given talents and you have equal opportunity to succeed. We actually believe that a person should be judged based upon the content of their character and not by the way that they look. That's the Republican Party. I'm proud of that. Now, some of you still may be stuck in the fact that I just poked fun at the identity politics and cancel culture crowd. Listen, I might have a broken back, but at least I have a backbone. Let me ask you, what is your excuse? What is your excuse? We need men and women of principle, men and women of conviction, men and women of character and decency and common sense to say, this is the way, walk ye in it. Because if we don't, then we're going to have radical leftists on state university campuses leading a generation of young people down the wrong trail. This is where this type of crowd needs to stand up and say, this is the way, walk ye in it. And that time is now. You are all at this convention, and you are the people who will set the tone and tempo for the next 2 years. You are the people, you are the grassroots that is going to say, this is the way, walk ye in it. And that's what we're here to do. Now, I know you want to get to work, so I have a few remarks on process. We got the microphones back there. You're going to need to line up at the mics. I want to welcome you. If you are brand new to this convention, maybe you participated in the last convention, and let me just tell you, that's not typically how a convention is done, right? The online format, and we had a lot of interruptions. We're going to not do that today. And so what we're going to do here, the first thing you need to remember is this. You have 2 microphones to go to. You've got the for and you've got the against. If you stand up and shout point of order, you are not going to be recognized. Okay? The chair will not recognize you. Let's do this. Our county chairs or our delegation chairs or who else do we have there? We got our nominating and elections committee folks. Could you do me a favor, please, and stand up right where you're at? If you're a county chair, delegate chair, okay, counties, look around and see who your chairmen are and see who the right people are right there. All right? If you have a question, probably the best thing that you can do, you can certainly come up to the mic and give a point of clarification. But if you're new particular, please go and see one of those individuals and they can give you some clear direction. All right, we want to try to move this convention as quickly as possible. You may be seated. Thank you for that. I want someone, I don't know, we got a big crowd here. But who here, if this applies to you, I want you to raise your hand. Who here is a professional parliamentarian and that's what you do for your job? Raise your hand. Huh. We just got one guy. Okay, so with that, and I'm not trying to be facetious here, but what I'm trying to do is this. Okay, don't get up to the mic and argue with the parliamentarian. Don't get up there and debate him. Now listen, if you have a problem with the ruling of the chair, that can be challenged. You can appeal the ruling of the chair, as we've seen already, and we can go ahead and challenge that. Furthermore, if you don't like something as far as our rules, you can move to suspend the rules to try to get something done. So just remember some of those things as well. County and delegation chairman, please help maintain your decorum in your counties, okay? Listen, we're not Democrats, all right? We can use intelligent words that these adjectives that don't have to be 4 letters. Okay, so people shouting, F-bombs and things like that, it's not going to happen at this convention. County chairman, keep track of your people. As you can see, we're going to be doing things on voice votes, which is nice. Now listen, perception is based on your position, and that's probably hard for you to say because if you're in a pocket where you hear a lot of no's, you may think, well, wait a second, the no's have it. But I can tell you, being up in the center part of this room, we hear very clearly whether it's ayes or no's, all right? You can certainly call division, and we will honor that, but I just want to let you know as far as moving forward, we're going to call things fairly how we see them. You can appeal that and call division if you want to, but have a little trust in us if you can in that regard. Finally here, the last couple of things. We're going to try to move things as much as possible as far as I've been aware by consent agendas. Now, for those of you who have not worked consent agendas, it's just a matter of trying to move things a little more quickly, but you are free. If you are a delegate, it's your right that you can come and you can remove something from the consent agenda, all right? We'll talk about that probably a little bit more here as we get into our rules. The last thing is this: debate issues, not people. Okay, if you get up here and you start smearing somebody else, I'm going to pound that gavel and call you out of order. Okay, so let's debate the issues, not the people. All right. On that happy note, we're going to go ahead and move now to the next item of business, and that is the adoption of the floor rules. We have a motion.
Point of order.
Oh, I'm sorry. There we go. Yes, and by the way, thank you for that. When you do come up to the mic, please make sure you address the chair. Let us know who you are, too. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Wright, Laramie County. I move to amend the floor rules on page 4, first paragraph.
Thank you. Hold that for just a second. We can do that, but we need to have a motion to adopt the floor rules first, and then we can have that amends. I'm not saying that word. Amend it. We have a motion. Okay, it's been moved. It's been seconded. The gentleman is recognized again. Go ahead with your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion to amend is on page 4. It's the first paragraph, the second sentence. The current sentence reads, resolutions and bylaws submitted to the committees on Thursday and Friday will be given preference over Saturday submissions. The amendment is to all resolutions and bylaws amendments shall be given equal consideration.
Could you repeat that motion? I'm not following you.
To strike the second sentence and replace it with all resolutions and bylaws amended shall be given equal consideration.
Okay, and you're on item on page 4. I'm sorry, that's where I'm missing you. I was looking at item number 4.
I'm
page
sorry.
4 at the top.
Page
all right,
4,
so
first paragraph.
First
second
paragraph.
sentence.
So it is you're striking there. It is preferred that any of these submissions may be made to the relevant committee before they convene.
That would stay, and then the second sentence would be struck to read, all resolutions and bylaws amended shall be given equal consideration.
Okay, it has been moved. Is there a second? Okay, it has been moved and seconded. We'll see if we can't, Madam Secretary, can you get that up on the board? Okay. Do we have, can someone get her the rules electronically? Would the gentleman go ahead and repeat the motion one more time so we have it clearly up here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So the second sentence would be struck, and it would be simplified to read, all resolutions and bylaws amendments shall be given equal consideration.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Please, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of information. Always before in the past, we've had the for and against mics, and the center mic up there has been for motions, point of order, point of information, so as to not interrupt the line of those up for that. Are we going to do that, or are they going to come to one of these mics?
No, thank you for that point of clarification. No, if you have a point of order or something, just please come to one of the mics. Okay, further discussion over this. We'll go to that. We'll begin here. Went a little out of order on the for side. You can go and speak to your motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This is basically how we ran it in the bylaws committee. We just basically started at the beginning and we just ran through from Article 1 into the end. It seemed to be very efficient and worked pretty well in that regards. It seems that I believe that there's also amendments from the floor to resolutions and also to bylaws. And it seems just to make the most sense to start at the beginning and just work our way through. I don't believe that there's, just from my information, I don't believe there's a lot of amendments from the floor. And so I was just want to streamline this in some process so we're not bouncing around on amendments.
Thank you. And just a reminder for the body here, we adopted the agenda. We have a hard stop time at 4 o'clock. So we can debate a lot of things and may not even get to our regular business, but we'll be done at 4 o'clock based upon the rules that this body adopted. Those in the against side.
Jeff Burrian, Crook County.
You're recognized.
I stand against changing the floor rules. I would like to leave them as they were to start with.
Is there anybody else on the for side? Seeing none, the discussion ends. We're going to take a vote. All those in favor of this motion to strike that second sentence and giving all resolution and bylaws equal consideration, the motion that was made, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Any other discussion? Please.
Mr. Chairman, Carl Allred, Uena County, I'd like to make a motion to amend the floor rules. As you mentioned, we have a hard stop time of 4 o'clock. And in the interest of moving things forward, I would like to amend that in order to pull an item from the consent agenda, it will take 10 people to pull that item.
Okay, it has been moved. Is there a second? Okay, it's moved and seconded. Discussion. Mr. Allred, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This again is just trying to make this move forward, and you know, in past conventions, many times we have not finished our resolutions. We've left half of them on the floor and they die. Some people just pull. One person can pull a resolution without this, and that can just really slow us down. If there is seriously a reason to pull a thing, definitely let's pull it, let's discuss it, and let's move it forward. But if it's just one person and everybody else is agreeing, let's leave it. Let's take more of a thing to pull it off the consent agenda, just in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And just a reminder, body, let's make sure we use the proper mics. And I know you're already situated over there, Mr. Allred, but this is the for mic, that is the against mic. Okay. So let's get that clear. Is there anybody against? Okay, seeing none. No further discussion. All those in favor of this motion, please make it known by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Okay, the ayes have it. Further discussion. Please.
Ben Sherman from Laramie County. I would make a motion to amend the floor rules. On page 3, the second to last paragraph, the last sentence reads, "There will be no amendments to resolutions and bylaws." That's my motion.
Okay, so it's to strike the last sentence of the second to the last paragraph. There will be no amendments to resolutions and bylaws. It's been moved and seconded. The gentleman has the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's our job here today, everyone. Our job is to look at the amendments that were proposed by the committees and to make slight changes if we need to make changes to those that fit our counties and our state as a Republican Party. And so if we're not going to be allowed to make such amendments, I don't really know what we're doing here. We're just going to say yes or no to what the committees did. And so we need to be allowed to make these changes to strengthen the committee's work that they've done.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman is recognized on the opposing side.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joey Careni, Carbon County. Point of clarification. This means no amendments to an amendment that's being considered. Not once an amendment has been accepted, an additional amendment cannot be made to that item that's being considered as a whole, correct?
That is correct. So essentially what this paragraph is saying, that amendments from the floor shall not be accepted to the platform or resolutions. They can only be, amendments to the resolutions and bylaws will only be accepted through via electronically. And so if we had an amendment on the screen and someone wanted to change a may to a shall, amending the amendment, that's what this amendment is speaking to, is essentially that the body could go ahead and amend an amendment. That's what this amendment is seeking to do, to be able to do that function.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, those on the for side, please.
Ryan Wright, Laramie County. I'm just speaking for this amendment. It seems to clarify this and allow the body to actually not get bogged down in details of whether they can make an amendment or not make an amendment. This body should have a voice in what the committees did. And I would urge everyone to vote for this amendment.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please make it known by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Okay, further discussion. Further discussion. Yeah, we're going to stand at ease in just a moment. You want to speak to it? Go ahead. Go ahead. Where's it at? That's a good question. Okay. That's on page 3. All right, delegates, if you'll turn to your floor rules and you'll look at page number 3, and you'll see there in the middle of the page, you see that list there, jobs and economy, crime and law, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down through 9. You see the next paragraph, it says no resolution shall be considered by the resolutions committee. And then you get to the next paragraph down, it's one sentence. It says the resolutions committee shall submit no more than 10 resolutions per category to the convention. It's brought to the chair's attention that we have some categories that have way more than 10. So it's a matter of how do we deal with those. So it was suggested by the good parliamentarian that we go ahead and pull this rule from our set of rules separately, and we can discuss that separately. So is there a motion to pull that rule separately from the agenda? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? Okay, and without objection, that will come to pass. So we will bring that up second, and we'll discuss that here in just a moment. And any further discussion on the floor rules? Seeing none. Oh, the gentleman's recognized.
Yes, Mike Pierce, Albany County. I would like to move that we strike that final paragraph that reads, submissions of new platform planks and resolutions will not be accepted from the floor. Starting with that.
Could you specify what page and?
Oh, pardon. Page 3, the final paragraph that starts with submissions of new platform planks or resolutions will not be accepted from the floor. I just move we strike that entire paragraph.
Okay, so the motion is on page 3, the very last paragraph, to strike the entire paragraph. Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there a discussion? Would the gentleman like to speak to his motion?
Well, yes, Your Honor, and Mr. Chair, I believe that not allowing planks and resolutions to be submitted from the floor limits our debate and as a body to bring forth new discussion. And also, if you look at the the entire paragraph. I believe it is contradictory and confusing, and it just makes it easier if we just strike the whole thing. Thank you.
Okay. Those on the opposing side. The gentlelady is...
Thank you, Mr.
Yep,
Chairman. Tammy
recognized.
Hooper, Albany County. I speak against this. I feel if you couldn't get something through your county at the, for a platform or a resolution at your county convention, what's the point of having a county convention?
Okay. Is there anybody further on the floor side? See none. Discussion is ended. All those in favor of the motion to strike the last paragraph on page 3, please make it known by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion has been defeated. Any further discussion? See none. All those in favor of adopting the floor rules as amended, please make it known by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The floor rules have been adopted. Now, to the other business that we pulled just a moment ago, that each category will be submitted to the floor, wrong one. The resolutions committee shall submit no more than 10 resolutions per category to the convention. If someone would like to move that and for adoption, we can do that. Otherwise, that can die. If you'd like to move that, please step up to the mic. The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Clark Stith from Sweetwater County. I would move that the provision on page 3 that states the resolutions committee shall submit no more than 10 resolutions per category to the convention be deleted.
Thank you, Mr. Stith, and it is deleted right now. So if we don't take any action, that it's done. So,
point of order, Mr. Chairman. Did we have a vote on that?
No, we pulled it from the original rules to take it up second. I was looking for a motion to see if someone wanted to actually move that, and if not, then it will die on the table. Okay. See no other people to the mic. That will die being pulled. All right. I'm going to reposition myself here, ladies and gentlemen, here, but we're going to be going on to the next item of business, and that's the ratification of the May 9th convention elections, and I'll speak to that in just a moment. All right, delegates, I know some of you, I might be in a blind spot. I apologize for that, but you can see me on the screen there as well. We're going to be moving on to the next item of business, which is the ratification of the May 9th convention's elections. And what we're going to do is we're going to split this up. What I'm going to do is as the chair, unless there is objection, we are going to ratify everything up until the moment that we took our elections. So from all of the business that we did up until the time that we actually voted, I am ruling that that is ratified without objection. Do I have an objection at the mic? No. See none. That is so moved. The next part, as far as the elections and the results of those elections, I'm going to take any motions from the floor to see what the body would like to do. Is there any motions in regards to this?
Mr. Chairman?
The gentlelady is recognized.
Lisa Price from Teton County. I move to declare the election of delegates and electors and National Committee people null and void, and to re-vote using a different methodology, preferably paper ballots.
Second.
So that motion is not valid, and discussing here things with the parliamentarian, there's a way to get to what you're looking at, but that's not the correct mechanism. We have here in our bylaws that the only way something like this can be contested is if a number of members sufficient to affect the results are improperly prevented from voting in an election, action action has been taken in violation of a rule protecting a basic right of the individual member. And so it would be a point of order on that particular item.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlelady is recognized.
I'd like to speak to what happened on May 9th, that my vote was not counted as part of the technology difficulties that they had with the Survey Monkey.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, ma'am. I understand what you're saying, but we need a point of order is really.
Oh, great. Well, point of order then. I believe that the election was flawed, that there was a material undercount of close to 150 votes, and that the election needs to be redone.
Okay, thank you for the point. The chair is going to rule that that is a not valid point of order, although the appealing or the rule of the chair can be appealed.
Mr. Chairman, I appeal the rule of the chair.
Okay.
Second.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that to appeal the ruling of the chair for that point of order. The point of order being that there were those who were prevented from voting based upon the rule here in our bylaws. Is there any discussion on the appeal of the chair?
Mr. Chair?
And just for clarification, if you were to vote aye or in favor, you would be voting to sustain the decision of the chair. A vote of no would be to overturn the decision of the chair. So make sure we're at the right mic so I know who's for and against. If you're speaking in favor of overturning the chair, then be over here and then the other side. All right, very, very good. So we'll go ahead and let the gentlelady speak to the appeal of the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would only note that I'd like to have a roll call vote on this vote to overturn the ruling of the chair.
Okay, that has been noted. We'll take that up right before we get ready to vote. On the opposing side, the gentlelady is recognized.
Robin Berry, Park County. I oppose overruling the decision of the chair because there were many opportunities for people to vote. Abstaining from voting is considered a vote.
Okay. Those on the for side, please, the gentlelady is recognized. And by the way, this is one time per person here on this debate, so just remember that. The gentlelady is recognized.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My vote was not counted, and I received a defective ballot. A lot of us went through that. In one case, my particular ballot had a person's name on it twice, and the person with whom I live, it has a ballot without that person's name on it. There were substantial irregularities in that. There is no allegation of impropriety. There is an allegation that the votes were not counted because they were not validly cast. And Secretary Poley, I don't know you, but you posted an interesting Facebook post that I think is worth folks hearing. And please tell me if this didn't come from you. There's no need to, quote, push the party for a revote. The party expects to do a revote. I resigned last night from the Credentials Committee, Convention Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Thank you. State your point.
Mr. Chairman, Vincent Venata, Park County. What is being referenced here is a social media post. It has no validity. We're not sure if that post has been edited or if it's been done to advance a certain agenda. Thus, we should not be quoting social media posts. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna let the gentlelady finish her remarks. Remember, let's stay away from personalities. Okay, we're not calling here anybody out by name or anything like that. State a substantive point, and then let's continue on. Gentlelady, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I will finish with process matters, folks. I actually don't mind the outcome of the vote. It's the process that matters. We all stand for valid and proper elections, and the election that we had on May 9th was not valid and proper. Thank you.
Thank you. Those on the opposing side. If you're ready to speak at the opposing side, just make sure you're staying up to the mic. I see a crowd back there, but the gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, Joe McGinley, Chairman County. I think the chairman's a good guy, so I'm going to sort of speak against on this.
Okay. Those in favor, please.
Mr. Chairman, Clark Stith, Sweetwater County. I know that on the day of the election that was held that my survey monkey vote was in fact not counted. I was not aware of that at the time. I received a ballot. The ballot looked valid to me. I filled it out. I hit the submit key. Thereafter, a revised ballot was apparently resent out by the party. I thought it would be, I believed my instructions were to vote once, not vote twice. So as a result, I did not vote a second time. I did not receive a confirmation that my vote had been counted, and because of the process of the Survey Monkey and because of the instructions not to vote twice, my first ballot was not counted at all. I'm a delegate. I believe that my right to vote was taken away at the first part of this convention.
All right. Thank you, sir. And those on the opposing side. The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, it appears to be very clear from the previous delegate that spoke from this mic that there's games being played. I would move the previous question and ask the chairman to please clarify once again what a yay vote means and what a nay vote means.
Okay, the previous question has been moved, and so we're going to...
Point of order on the previous question, it requires a 2/3 vote, is that correct?
That is correct, and it does need a second as well.
Second.
Okay, previous question has been moved and seconded. Okay, in order to move the previous question, it needs to be solidified by a 2/3 vote, and so what I'm going to do here in order to get the temperature is actually ask you to stand up. Not just yet. Moving the previous question just means that we're ending debate, and then we're going to go to the motion, which was to appeal the ruling of the chair. This is not that motion to appeal the ruling of the chair. This motion is to end debate so that we can go to that other motion. Hopefully that makes sense for everybody here. So we need a 2/3 vote in order to end debate. All of those in favor of moving the previous question and ending debate, please rise. Okay, you may be seated. All of those opposed, please rise. Okay, the chair is going to rule that that is in order, that 2/3 has been reached, and so we will now move to the question. And I will... Okay, so we're going to, it was moved for a roll call vote. Okay, and it takes 40% to order a roll call vote of the body. So we're gonna go to that before we actually go to the appeal of the motion of the chair.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
State your point.
Doesn't the request for a roll call vote need to come before the vote is taken?
Thank you for that, and yes, it was. It was brought up originally. Okay. All those in favor, we're going to do the same thing and have you stand up. All those in favor of taking a roll call vote, which we need a 40% threshold, please rise. Okay, you may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. Okay, then the chair is going to rule that failed the roll call vote. So we're going to take a voice vote to appeal the ruling of the chair, so that the body knows if you vote yes, if you vote aye then what you're doing is voting to sustain the ruling of the chair. And so the chair's ruling that the point of order is not valid, that will be sustained. If you vote no, then you're going to vote in order to overturn the chair's decision. All right? All those in favor of... Thank you. And so people recognize and understand what we're looking at. The point of order was made that for the bylaws that that the election wasn't valid. That was the point of order. The chairman ruled that that was not valid. That was the chair's decision. So, if you vote again aye, you're voting to sustain the decision of the chair. A vote of no is to overturn the decision of the chair. All those in favor of sustaining the decision of the chair, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. No. Okay, the ayes have it. Okay, division being called. Division being called. All those in favor of those of sustaining the ruling of the chair, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. Okay, the ayes have it. In light of that business, the chair is going to rule that the election results from last time, except for the presidential electors, are ratified. And so we do have to take care of the business as far as the presidential electors. Now, on that note, we didn't reach the threshold according to our bylaws. We had 6 candidates, and in order to expedite our business, for those who are presidential electors, the bottom 3, what we were wanting to know, and we started this last time around, is are the bottom 3 willing to, or excuse me, bottom 6, are they willing to withdraw?
Chairman Welch from Bighorn County. I was one of the bottom 6, and I'm willing to withdraw.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so there's 1. There was 12 total. We actually need 9 to withdraw. Otherwise, we will move to we'll move to actually re-vote. Okay, so it's 3. Can we have perhaps our executive committee a reminder for the body? Who were our top 6 as far as the presidential electors, so that we have those names and that we know who the bottom 3 are? We're going to pause, ladies and gentlemen, until we get that information so that we know which electors we're talking about.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, the gentleman's recognized.
Kirk Haas, Goshen County. As it is noon, and I think we need some time for you guys to work, I would move that we break for lunch.
We're not breaking for lunch. We'll actually have a working lunch. But to tell you what, in order for us to get that information, I will call a brief recess. We will take a 10-minute recess. Thank you for that. Just what? Okay. Okay. So, we've got a couple options. I mean, one is we can ask for, the top 6, and if the bottom 3 want to withdraw, then they can withdraw. Otherwise, the ballots are ready. If someone wanted to make a motion that we just go ahead and recast, then we can take care of the business and move on.
Yeah, that's what I'm. The nominating committee is ready for whatever you want us to do. We've got we're ready for at least 6 hand ballots, if that's what anybody needs.
Okay. So we got the ratifications, and then next is the bylaws. All right. Okay. All right. I'm gonna use this in here.
Yes, so, hi, good job. We'll just move into candidates next to the balance, just like we did, right? We're not gonna do
Convention goers. Test. I haven't met you yet. Yep. Convention goers, please go to the west end of CAM-PLEX and visit the trade show. They will be open today. We've got food trucks out the southwest corner by the coffee shop. Trade show, lots of good things to see. Please take time and stop by there.
Look, it's even marked, it's it.
delegates, may I have your attention? I'm Janet Mader, and the lunches, we have another round of lunches coming in, so do not worry if it's looking a little low back there. She's bringing them in 2 loads. So if you didn't get something this time, we have plenty of lunches coming, so don't give up. We've got her coming. Also, there's more bathrooms out in the foyer, the front lobby, and if you go down the hall to my right to the, what direction is that? Go down to the coffee shop, there's more bathrooms in there. Go toward the vendors, and there's more bathrooms down there. So we have plenty of bathrooms. So you're ready to take a walk and walk down to the other end.
Members, is this on? There we go. Delegates and alternates, we're going to go ahead and get started here in just a moment. What we're going to do is we are going to vote for the recast for our presidential electors. I'm going to give you a little more time if you need to use the restroom or if you need to grab a lunch. We are going to be having a working lunch. And so we will give you until 12:25. It's 12:17 right now. 12:25, we will resume. I just decided to recast. My thought is we can recast.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the teller committee needs to come up front and be ready in just a moment. The teller committee, if you would gather up front. If the members of the teller committee would come up. And I'd like to tell the delegation chairman, the chairman of each delegation, we're going to hand out ballots. And the way we hand out ballots is you come up, and the delegation chairman will be given the number of ballots of the credentialed voters, and you will take them back to your delegation. They will vote. The delegation chairman will collect them, and he will bring the ballots back up to the teller committee. So teller committee, if you would kind of move toward the front so you're available. And if the delegation chairman would be ready. I have an announcement, if everybody would pay attention. We are one family, and there's an anniversary here today. Jeff and Anne Marie Mickle from Crook County are celebrating their 11th anniversary. Would you join me in singing, Happy Anniversary to you? Join me, I said, Happy Anniversary to you. Happy anniversary, Jeff and Anne Marie. Happy anniversary to you. Thank you.
Where are the ballots? They're going to come up, right? And you're going to write it down?
Yeah, and give the number. We need to understand
Which county comes up, and then we're going to write this.
Yeah. All right, we need the ballots. You have them.
All right, delegates and alternates, if you would please find your seats. That way it's going to be a little bit easier for our teller committee, particularly to get out ballots to you. We're going to be voting here on our presidential electors. We're looking for the top 3. There's a slate of 6, and you will see that on your ballots. So please make sure and find your seats. We're going to begin. I'm going to give a couple of announcements as they're getting things squared away. One is this. I am moving things at a pretty steady pace. Now listen, if you have a question, if you have a point of order, if you are confused about something, do not dilly-dally where you're at. Make sure that you get to a mic, and we'll get that taken care of as far as those things addressed. And some of our newer folks in particular, if you're not sure of the process, get with your delegation chair or your county chair and ask them about some of these things. If you have questions, they could probably answer that as well. The other thing that I'm going to let you know about is on our floor rules. On page 3, the second to the last paragraph talks about amendments to the platforms and resolutions. And it states this. It says, amendments from the floor shall not be accepted to the platforms or resolutions. It goes on and it says, amendments to resolutions and bylaws will only be accepted provided they are submitted electronically to the convention secretary prior to the start of the floor debate on the bylaws or resolutions. And there's no amendments to amendments on the resolutions or bylaws. So if you have, the way I'm reading this is if you have an amendment, it has to be submitted electronically before we get to the resolutions and bylaws. And it has to be submitted to our secretary. So if you need to come up, if you need to get her email, if you don't have the way to do that electronically, get with someone else in your delegation so that you can do that. But we will not be accepting amendments from the floor during that time. They have to be submitted beforehand before we even begin. So if you're wanting to do that, please come up here and see our Madam Secretary. And that is Christy Racinas at gmail.com. Oh, I'm fumbling my words. There.
I'm back, but Tom is bringing the number.
Yeah. Is it? We'll see if we can't get that here for you. Just a moment. Again, if you're wanting to submit amendments to resolutions and bylaws, you can send them electronically. That's the only way that they'll be considered prior to our debate on those topics. And the email for our secretary is christyracines@gmail.com. That's KRISTIRACINES@gmail.com. I'll give it one more time. KRISTIRACINES@gmail.com. Teller Committee, are we ready to get ballots out there?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Delegates and alternates, if you're having difficulty reading the bylaws document, our convention secretary is in the process of changing the green highlight to yellow highlight, and we will have 20 copies available in print. For those of you having difficulty reading the bylaws submissions document, thank you for your patience. We'll get those out ASAP.
I was counting. Albany, 13. I'm giving mics. Here you go, Mr. Mike. 13. We have 12 on the floor. Okay. Here you go. Here, I'll grab it. Who are we looking at? Sheridan? How many out on the floor? Okay, what's the number? 30? Yeah, you guys have plenty of money. Okay, I did Converse, 16. What does Natrona have? Natrona, you have 55.
So election security.
Niobrara? Niobrara, Chairman, please. Okay, Sheridan, 30. Okay, let me, there you go, sir. Thank you, Henry. Okay, Sheridan, 30. Niobrara. Okay. Are these for anybody?
Campbell County, Campbell.
Fremont, Chairman, to the front, please.
Campbell County. Where are we? Okay. Okay. Lincoln. How many do we have for Lincoln? Lincoln, where is the person? Okay, 15 for Lincoln.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I got it right here. 15, okay?
Here,
And
10.
then 15. And here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Who's marking off Lincoln?
Okay, right, I got Lincoln.
Okay, did you mark
Okay,
them?
who do we got? Johnson County. Who has Johnson, guys? I do. How many you got? 10.
How many?
10. Okay. Okay, we got Johnson. Yep. Okay. Okay, let's do Natrona. Okay. Okay. Okay, Laramie County.
Platte County Chairman and Sheridan County Chairman, please.
Okay.
The bylaws, they're coming out. Which county
And then we've got Weston.
Yeah, Sheridan, yeah.
We're printing out some.
Right, are we ready to
Thanks, guys.
We'll have you.
I'm in charge.
When we call out, when they're ready, we'll call it.
We might have, I mean, we're checking them off in the book.
Teton 10.
We checked it off in this book.
Count them, make sure.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Are we just on pause until we get these things out, or do I need to declare the polls
No.
open, or are they looking for some direction from me?
No.
I think we're on pause. I don't think.
Sheridan, cross off Sheridan, yeah, they got
You went there?
Okay.
Where's your way? 9? You got it? Okay. Count them, make sure. Sweetwater.
What do you got? Oh, all those are done? Okay. Let's go like this. These are the ones we were working off of these are done. Okay, done. Albany, there's Dawn. So you got Bighorn, you got Albany,
Campbell, Carbon.
Campbell, Carbon.
Big.
So they can only vote for
I didn't see some.
right, and if they vote for 4, then the ballot's going to be.
And how many do we have in class?
Okay, so and they're going to write the names. I just want to make sure they're going to write the names.
I'm not gonna answer that. 6. Okay, and you might do that for the microphone.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can get your attention here, give you some instruction on our ballots. Those ballots should be going out. We are now whittling down. This is a runoff election in which you have the top 6. And so what you are instructed to do is you're instructed to write the top 3 that you want to vote for on your ballot. You don't have to write 3. You can write 2 or you can write 1. But you can vote for no more than 3. If you vote for 4, your ballot will be tossed out. It will be considered invalid. No more than 3. The names are up there on the screen, and you may vote it that way.
Point of order, Chair.
State your point.
Terry Moss, Converse County. I was under the understanding that all of us would be on there since only one withdrew. I am running for this elector and would appreciate a write-in vote.
Okay, thank you for that. The chair rules that that's not a valid point, that it's a runoff and we are voting on these 6.
Oh, because I'm like,
Oh, for which county? Because their county chairperson has picked it up. Yeah, so you'll have to go to their county.
check your table, yeah.
Like Emmerich, who's Emmerich? Where's Emmerich?
Okay, now we're supposed to go
Okay,
vote.
go vote, and then we'll
And then
come back.
Clark! Clark!
Hey, Mr. Chairman, a couple announcements. Go ahead. Okay. Yep. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the polls are open, so you can go ahead and vote. As you do vote, get your ballot back into your delegation chairman. Delegation chairman, once you collect all of the votes, you need to bring them right back up front. Okay, you may begin voting. And let's go ahead and we'll leave the polls open here for 5 minutes. At that point, then, they're going to be closed. 5 minutes. What time is it? 12:44. Okay. We'll call it 12:50. At 12:50, the polls will be closed.
I have the list, yeah. How many do you have and what county? Washakie County? Okay, 6 and 6, okay. Okay, no, well, I trust you. Okay, here's 6. Okay, that's 6. Teton? Oh, what county? I'm at Park, yeah, I'm at Park. I know, I'm so sorry. I know, that's what I was like. So how many you got? 15? Okay, 15. So we got 15 here for Park. 7 for Carbon. We need the box. She's coming right here. I'm marching and I'm loud and in charge. Okay, so we got those. We want to write.
Did you register 15 for Park?
I got Park.
Okay, Park. Here's Carbon.
Here's Carbon. Carbon. 7.
Hey, Kathy, Rainey. Yes, sir.
Our amendments accepted up until the time that they minutes, because previously they were submitted the night before.
Thank you.
Right. So we are, well, we need it pretty quick, because people are starting to put together amendments. Well, we could have done without first. No, I would have gotten the book. All you would have had to do was point to me and I'd have gone. Have it.
We're trying to get Wilder County. Yeah. Yep, we got them teed up, ready to go. Yep, I agree. Very supportive. You are listening to bylaws. That's what I don't. One-man grassroots.
Sounds good.
Absolutely it does. That's right.
What's the time here, Frank?
I agree 120%.
You have the time on there? Yep.
12:49.
All right, delegates, the voting is now closed. If you have not gotten your ballot into your county chairman or your Delegation chairman, please do that so they can come up front. At this time, we're going to ask our nominations committee and our political candidates to, at this time, go to the green room. And what we're going to do here throughout our working lunch is we are going to move to our candidate speeches. We will be doing that as we eat and as we count the election results. And so our political candidates, please head to the green room as well as the nominations committee. Thank you.
Stick in those announcements now. I decided to hold off because they were really busy with them.
Sure, go ahead.
Delegates and alternates, a reminder that the trade show is taking place on the west end of CAM-PLEX, this same building. So if you circle around to the north or south and go west, you will find the trade show. Please go see what's being displayed by our magnificent vendors. Also, another important announcement, if you are an elected national delegate to the RNC convention, if you are or alternate, there will be a delegate alternate meeting upon adjournment today. And not in this room, we will start out in the hallway where check-in takes place, and we will get you the latest on the national convention in Charlotte and Jacksonville. And we also have a decision to make based on the information to Charlotte. So please note, if you are a national delegate or alternate elected, and we will go through that list upon adjournment, we will meet directly outside of this in the entryway, and we will, we've got one decision to make and quite a bit of information to share. Thank you, alternates and delegates to the RNC convention. If you missed out on the lunches, the second wave of lunches have arrived. They're over on the north wall on the table. Under the big sign says restrooms, slightly to the right. So if you did not get a lunch, please allow those that haven't their first round. Then we can allow for seconds. Okay, now, and then the rest of your team is going to bring the speakers in, right? Okay. Scott, I'm going to be out in the audience for a while.
Okay. So, as far as the vote is concerned, if the vote comes back, we still have top three. Should we see if we can get some people to draw?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. If not, I guess we're going to be voting again.
Yep.
Can we vote for the top six again still?
So mathematically, if it comes out where 4 got 20-some percent on down. Doug, how does that work? We have to, okay, what we're looking at, there would be equal, so we have to go to the bottom one. Let's go to the bottom one. There's going to be a bottom one that will 6. Okay, so we go at the bottom one. Okay, so we're in our second round for elections. If there are ties, you get a paper mark in the top three. And
Can we get our timer up front, please, so we can begin our presidential candidates, or not presidential candidates, our congressional candidates. Thank you. Timer up front. Yeah. Well, thank you. Well, thanks. Trying to keep it moving. So. Thanks.
Mic test.
So just say time and they'll. Okay. And we'll give it, if that's okay with you guys, we'll give it, like when you turn it red, I'll see that. And I'll just give them like a count of 2 and then I'll say time and they'll, yes.
Mark Armstrong, we need you to the candidate room, please, to the green room, please.
But you look good doing it. Okay. No, it doesn't. I'm just so thankful.
Scott, for tonight, this is what the table assignments are. We'll do with Trinity and Elizabeth.
Awesome.
So item table number 2, so
Okay.
second table in.
Wonderful. Thank you. Yeah. No. Yeah. I see the lineup, but are we going to start with
Oh, there she is. Hey, she's standing up. There she is. Right
or not, or Senate and then
Yep.
Senate next. Just got to read the instructions. Sounds good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and begin with our candidate speeches. On your agenda, you'll see there we have our working lunch, and we have the U.S. Senate candidate speeches, the U.S. House candidate speeches, and we're going to go ahead and begin with our U.S. Senate candidate speeches. The first one on deck is Robert Short, and so we will invite Robert to the podium here to go ahead and give his address. We have it being timed from up front, and so they know when to stop. If we can, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't gotten your lunch, try to get your lunches and do that quickly. We are going to begin here, so we're not wasting any more time. Yeah, for the most part.
Testing.
Okay. Good to go? All right, we're going to get started here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you would please give a big round of applause here for Robert Short. Yeah, you're up. Please. Thank you, sir.
Chairman Clem, thank you very much, sir.
Right
Convention delegates, thank you very much for the opportunity to address you today. My name's Robert Short. I'd like to take a moment to thank Campbell County, the city of Gillette, for all that they've done to provide a venue for us to get together in a Republican tradition and hash out our interests and differences in a civilized manner that allows for us to promote a very strong republic. I'm Robert Short, and I'm running for U.S. Senate. Why am I running for U.S. Senate? Because I love my state, I love my country. I've had the greatest opportunity to grow up in the greatest state in the nation, Wyoming. This is the most beautiful 97,000 square miles on the face of the earth. I only know that because I've been to every state other than Rhode Island. Apparently I blinked one time too many and missed that one. I've lived around the planet. I speak Japanese as a second language. I can make a complete and utter fool of myself in Spanish, Italian, and French. I know how to say thank you in more than 30 languages. I've worked with scientists from more than 100 countries. I have a background in nuclear science. My wife and I are absolute community builders. We are completely and utterly devoted to this state. We operate 7 small businesses that we've developed from the ground up. We employ about 100 people currently. We build power lines, electrical systems, fiber optic networks. We have drone company. We have a hotel, restaurant, and bar. We have a convenience store, a liquor store, because everybody in Wyoming loves a good cocktail now and then. I am absolutely humbled to have the opportunity to serve this great state. I'm currently the chairman of the county commission in Commerce County. Under my guidance, Commerce County has experienced its greatest valuation ever. Over the last 2 years, we've exceeded our greatest expectations. I serve as the chairman of the Wyoming County Commission Association Committee on Environment and Energy. I serve as the chairman of the Coalition Against Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault because I think that men need to stand with women so that other men understand that this is an unacceptable behavior and we must stop it in our society. I'm an absolute ardent Second Amendment supporter because, by golly, guns are fun and I like to use them. And I'm deadly from any range. I'm completely and utterly devoted husband, father. I have 4 kids and they're fantastic people. They're all community members and they contribute to our society. I believe that Wyoming deserves a career politician, a fresh voice, much like our President Trump, a voice that has not been entrenched in the swamp, a voice that comes from understanding the importance of prudent fiscal responsibility. That's Robert Short. Vote for Robert Short on August 18th. He'll stand tall for Wyoming. God bless you all. God bless Wyoming. And God bless the United States of America.
Robert Short, thank you, sir. The next person on deck is Mark Armstrong. Mark Armstrong. Let's welcome him.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am privileged to be running for your next senator, as your next senator, for your next senator. I have traveled from lands. They have told me we must stop allowing bureaucrats to write law. They've told me a lot of things. I've learned so much from the good, honest, hardworking people of the state of Wyoming. You'll see those things that you have asked for in our resolutions. I will bring those to Washington, and I'll work my hardest to get them through the Senate. I think I'm the only guy on the stage today that, when elected, reduced spending and held government officials accountable. I will do that in Washington, D.C. I will go after the swamp, and I will drain it. We need active, smart representation in D.C. We have been attacked by bad science when it comes to climate change. That's a hoax. It has done significant damage to our fossil fuel industry. We are subsidizing wind and solar and pushing out the high-paying, good jobs in Wyoming, and that needs to stop. And I will work very hard to convince people that that is what we should do to protect our good jobs and our environment. So I need your vote on August 18th in the Republican primary so that I can listen and bring Wyoming common sense to Washington, including single issues on bills, a balanced budget through getting rid of baseline budgeting and going to a performance-based zero-sum budgeting. And I'd really appreciate your vote on August 18th. Thank you.
Mark Armstrong. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. The next on deck is Brian Miller.
Hey, thanks. I'm honored to be here today, speaking to the leadership of the Wyoming Republican Party. Most of you know me through the work I've done through the state party. So I won't waste a whole lot of time giving you a bunch of talking points. You can go to my website to see that. What I want to talk about today are mentoring, making hard decisions, and the future of Wyoming. Years ago, I sought an appointment from Representative Dick Cheney to attend the United States Air Force Academy. Little did I know that 20 years later, he would be the one to pin on my lieutenant colonel rank at the 2004 Republican National Convention. What I'd seen that day was a man from a small state who had risen through the ranks to become the Vice President of the United States. Yet, always remembered his roots. That inspired me. It made me think about my future and the future of Wyoming. Last night, we heard Senator Barrasso praise Senator Enzi for his mentorship, a role that he'll soon be assuming. The role is important to our team in Washington, D.C. As the next generation has already stepped in, Liz now has taken the reins in the House. And Senator Barrasso is also on the leadership of the Senate. What we need right now in Washington, D.C. is this. And the question that you have to answer is this. Who will be next to take the reins of the United States Senate for Wyoming? What Wyoming needs right now is new blood to bring new ideas that can make our government once again work for the people of Wyoming, not rule over us. We need bold, innovative leadership to once again, in the Senate, for Wyoming's future. Sorry about that. Remember, the choices we make at the ballot box in August will affect Wyoming for decades to come. Those decisions and the leaders that we send to Washington, D.C. are Wyoming's future. They are what we want as a state. Whoever you send there is going to be mentoring the future for us. Unfortunately, one of the things we too often see is cronyism, even in Wyoming politics. Cronyism thrives when people are hesitant to make tough decisions between long-time friendships and what is best for Wyoming. Our next senator should be based on the capabilities, not on people's capabilities, not on their friends and who they have in Washington. And I ask you to judge me on my experiences, my ability to get the job done, and about my vision for Wyoming's future. Look, I know candidates seek endorsements as a way to bolster their portfolio or raise funds, but I stand before you here as my own man, a lifelong Republican, staunch conservative, proud product of Wyoming, and proven military and business leader.
Time.
God bless you.
Thank you, Brian Miller. The next candidate up is Josh Wheeler. Josh Wheeler.
Thank you, sir. Hello, my name is Josh Wheeler, candidate for U.S. Senate. You can check out my stuff at fightingforwyoming.com, and that's the number 4. Or you can spell it any way you want. I think I got all those domains covered. Most of you folks have talked to me, so you know where I stand on the VA. You know where I stand on a lot of things. One thing that I'm going to ask of you today is really think inside your heart what kind of representation we want in D.C. We need strong and willing to work with others. Most of you have seen that I'm willing to work with all my fellow candidates. One thing that I also want you to look at is 8 years, 1 bill. If that's the representation, I'd rather have a few. When Mike Ginsey was up here earlier today, he said he wrote a bill within 30 days. And the only way he knew it was going to pass is because, or the only way he knew it would have a chance is because it was written. We need somebody willing to write them and push them. I'm Josh Wheeler, once again running for U.S. Senate. I know I'm not using all my time, but I know you guys are really wanting to get through this. So I yield back my remaining time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josh Wheeler. The next candidate before us is Donna Rice.
Are you ready for me? Hi, everyone. I am Donna Rice. I'm running for U.S. Senate. I want to ask for your vote, but I also today want to ask for permission just to share a little bit of my heart, okay? At the Pink Elephant Ball the other night, Beth Ann said something that kind of changed what I wanted to say to you today. And she used this phrase, personal mission of liberty. So I want you to think about that while I'm talking, and I want you to define in your heart what your personal mission of liberty is, okay? Because she had me thinking for the last 2 days. I am first and foremost a woman of faith, okay? And this journey to this podium started many years ago in a lot of ways, but it also started during the Bush administration when I felt called to pray for our leaders and our nation. And it wasn't just patty cake prayer. It was, we're in trouble, we need to be seeing ahead to what's happening in this country, and people of faith need to pray and get engaged. And so, 2 scriptures really have guided me through this last 15 years in praying and participating, and one is real familiar. If my people who are called by my name, we all know that, humble ourselves and pray and seek my face, then I'll hear and I'll heal their land. But there's another scripture that was equally, if not more, formative of my opinions on some things political. And that's also in Chronicles, and it talks about the children of Issachar, and it says that they were men with understanding of the times, and they knew what Israel ought to do. As I look around this room, as I've met people at this conference, I believe we are all people like the men of Issachar. We understand the times that we're in right now, and we know that we are in a fight. Liberal principles are coming hard against the conservative principles that have formed and made this nation so great. So I want you to be those men and those women. I want you to have a personal mission of liberty, and if I may, right now, I'm going to end with some words that we usually speak at the ends of political speeches, but I want them to be a prayer, okay? God, unite us in the cause, okay? Let us link arms and work together. Lord, heal our land. God, give us courage to stand up to what we're fighting against.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Donna Rice. Appreciate that. Our next candidate is Cynthia Lummis, and Cynthia has a video for us. My understanding is she had a family engagement that she had to attend to, and so we have that for you, and we'll go ahead and cue up the video.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Cynthia Lummis, running for the United States Senate. It was so good to be with you on Thursday night at the Pink Elephant Ball, and again last night at the delegation dinner. And I got to see a lot of you this morning around the convention hall. Thanks for letting me do this afternoon's presentation by video. Today is my only grandchild's birthday, and he's down in Wheatland. I've headed back to Wheatland to be with him on his birthday. I have the best grandma gift ever, and I want to give it to him in person. So thanks very kindly. You know, this election is so different from any other. We look at President Trump and Vice President Pence's efforts to head the great American comeback, and I want to be part of that effort by serving side by side with them in the United States Senate to make sure that we can bring manufacturing back from overseas, to make sure our energy industries are strong and as vibrant as they can possibly be. And finally, that we cut government spending and live within our means and not hand our children and grandchildren huge budget debts and deficits. These are some of the reasons that I'm running for the United States Senate. I've been so happy to see so many of you back in our church pews, in our restaurants, and in our small businesses. Wyoming's making a great comeback from this COVID-19 crisis. But we need to continue to work together as a state, and I want to roll up my sleeves and be your United States Senator who will work alongside with John Barrasso to represent you to the best of Wyoming's ability. I want to listen to you, I want to work with you, and I'm delighted that I am endorsed by 25 of the United States senators, some of whom I served with in the U.S. House of Representatives. I'm endorsed by Wyoming's Senate delegation, and I'm also endorsed by numerous groups like the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and many conservative groups. I'm asking for your vote on August 18th, and I deeply appreciate all your hard work on behalf of our party, our state, and our nation. God bless the state of Wyoming, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you, Cynthia Lummis. And now for our final candidate for our United States Senate race, and that is going to be John Holtz. John Holtz.
I'd like all of you who like Ronald Reagan to please rise. That's virtually everybody. I made a speech for him to my high school class, 1968. I'm John Holtz, candidate for U.S. Senate. I've lived all over the world. My dad was in the Air Force. Clark Air Base, I was class president. Clark is where the Japanese first developed kamikaze tactics as a mass weapon of war. I was on the Bataan Death March 20th anniversary in Boy Scouts with 3 of the original survivors. There were still bullet holes in the rice mill in San Fernando. I know what it's like to see what happens to America when you don't stand up for your rights. I've lived many places. I began college in Germany when my dad got orders for Wiesbaden. He was the Deputy Inspector General of Security, so I didn't come to Wyoming. I skipped a year, went to the University of Maryland in Munich, came to Wyoming. I was president of my college fraternity, the first college or fraternity on campus, Delta Gamma chapter of Kappa Sigma, ran Rush for all the fraternities. I was in the Air Force. I was a Space Systems Operations Officer watching for sea-launched ballistic missiles. I got out, I went to law school. I took a job then with Hughes Aircraft Company in California, where I got the first double-digit firm fixed-price contract in the history of the Hughes Aircraft Company. They gave me a team of engineers to redesign the Army's main battle tank, the M60A3. Hughes made the laser rangefinder, ballistic computer, thermal imaging system. I gave it up and came back to Wyoming, where I did murder cases my first day in Douglas and Glen Rock. I became a judge 21 months later. Hughes Aircraft wanted me to consult from Douglas, but I couldn't. I set up many of the courts across Wyoming, including the one here, the one in Laramie, various other places. I know what it's like to be able to do things. And when I was in the Air Force, I was monitored, and they go, Lieutenant, you're unusual. Your performance goes up under crisis. It gets better, and most people it goes down. I said, I know. So America's in a tough spot. Last Thursday, a couple days ago, I got the Highway Patrol involved in the protests in Laramie. So arrests started happening Thursday for people that were violating the law. So I'm not afraid to stick my neck out. Years ago, I got a Bible prophecy when I was a few months out of school. Take care. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, John Holtz. Appreciate that. Now we have one more candidate. This is for our U.S. House seat, and we have our own sitting representative, Liz Cheney. No, we don't have Liz Cheney with us. All right, it looks like that is it. All right, okay, very good. We're going to go back to our agenda here, and we're moving back to the report from the Bylaws Committee. And so with that, we'll go ahead and have Honorable Marty Halverson and Corey Steinmetz, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, we had a good 2 days of meetings, and I want to thank the leadership of the party for giving us the 2 days. We took almost every bit of it. The extra day allowed for thorough debate as we considered the many proposed amendments sent up from the county conventions. We are proud of the work we did and the product we delivered to you today. The lawyers on the committee offered a few gentle reminders as we came close a couple of times to crossing into statutory conflict territory, but we were ultimately assured that we finished the process in good legal stead. Thank you, Co-Chairman Corey Steinmetz, Parliamentarian Tom Reeder, and our scribe, Kathy Ide. And a special thank you to Senator Sherry Steinmetz for the afternoon coffee runs. Yes, Sherry gets around. So thanks out to all our committee members, Rachel, Gary, Chris, Bill, Joey, Mark, Ted, Carl, Kirk, Josh, Richard, Ryan, Taylor, Byron, Peter, Jeb, Vincent, Todd, Jim, Rick, Carl, and Carrie and Tim, and we couldn't have done it without you. You were all thoroughly engaged. We had a good meeting, and looking forward to a good discussion on what's in your packet. Thank you.
And I too want to thank our delegates and alternates and all of you here today for your sacrifice of service. A big thank you again to Marty Halverson. You know, she's just been an invaluable asset to the party. So one more round of applause for Marty for everything she's done. And I will thank the committee for 2 days of putting up with us and our occasional Joe Biden moments. So I want to just maybe address one thing, and that's why are the bylaws important. You know, they're our guiding document, and they clarify our process. As we've seen recently, the rule of law just being completely ignored. The reason we have bylaws is to avoid issues like that, so that we also have a way to say this is how order should be done. And I've heard a lot of people speak to this, and it's been on my heart too, but I really hope that you'll join with me, and all of us will be a voice right now, a loud voice, to demand order and stop tearing down our statues and stop destroying property in the name of a protest, a false protest. So I hope you'll all join with me in that. And finally, as co-chairman, Marty and I move the approval of the bylaws document, and just need a second.
One more order of business. Chairman Ethorn is walking around with copies without the green. And if he doesn't have any with him, there are some up at the desk there at the side of the room. So if you can't read the green, especially the red in the green, so. Yes. Find a microphone, Tammy, so everyone can get the benefit of your point of order. And I will let you deal with it.
Can we get this mic on? I don't know who's in control of that. Is that you guys back there?
Apologies, Madam Chairman. Tammy Hooper, Albany County. As we're beginning the debate on bylaws, it's my understanding from the approved floor rules that unless something has been submitted to the convention secretary as of right now, there will be no amendments to the bylaws, correct? It's an up or down vote.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, very good. So it's been moved and seconded as far as our bylaws, and we are moving this as a consent agenda. So if there are items that you would like to see removed, and we'll go through this strategically so that we can debate these things individually. So it's been moved and seconded as a consent agenda. I will go through these, and so if you would like to see a bylaw pulled for further discussion, and that's what we're going to be talking about. Also, just bring to your attention here that we have an hour to debate this according to our rules. So, we're looking at about what 2:32, something of that nature. So that's what we're going to be looking at, about 2:30, and we'll be finished. So anything that you pull off and that we do not get to will die on the floor. So with that, I'm going to go through this page by page, and if you're at a microphone and you do have a bylaw that you would like to pull from the consent agenda to be addressed individually, then this is the time to line up at the mics and go ahead and pull these things off. So I'm going to go through it by article. We don't in our pages here, we don't really have them page numbered so much, so but we do have them by article. So Article 1, is there anybody that would like anything pulled from the consent agenda on Article 1?
Mr. Chairman, Catherine Wilkinson, Laramie County. I would like to pull Article 1 to number 2.
Okay.
Under governance.
Okay, that has been removed from the consent agenda. Thank you for that. And I do want to make sure, body, that you are aware we are only pulling the bylaws that have been amended. So if it's highlighted on your copy, whether it's a yellow highlight or it's a green highlight, those are the only ones that you'll be able to pull. So if there's something that's not highlighted, that's an existing bylaw, and that remains. You will not be able to pull that. Can we get a name for who pulled that again? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Mr. Chairman, Catherine Wilkinson, Laramie County.
All right, thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, state your point.
According to our amended floor rules, it will take 10 people to pull something.
Duly noted. Thank you for that. Yes, if you so let's do this. We do have to have 10 other people who would like to pull that, and if you would like, I see some in the middle there, but I'm trying to figure out if you raise your hand if you would like that, and then we can get a count. All right, we have 10 at least. Very good. Thank you for that.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
State your point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Peter Nicolason, to my colleague from Uintah County's point on the 10, is it 10 plus 1 or is it 10 total? Thank you.
It's 10 additional is what it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving to Article 2. Is there anybody who would like to withdraw anything from Article 2?
Mr. Chairman, Catherine Wilkinson, Laramie County. From
Go ahead.
Article 2, I would like to pull for discussion number 1, number 9.
Number 1 and number 9 on Article 2. Okay, those have been removed. Is there any others in Article 2?
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for holding me to that. Yeah, we need, let's do number 2 first. We'll do that individually. So do we have 10 seconds for, if you can kind of stand up and put your hand up there, that way I can see. All right, we've got 10 for number 2. For number 9, for those who would like to see number 9 removed. All right, we have 10. Thank you. Any further bylaws withdrawn from our consent agenda on Article number 2? See none. Moving then to the right page. The next article that I see on the list then is Article number 4. Is there anybody like anything removed from Article number 4?
Mr. Chairman, point of order, I think we skipped 3.
I am not seeing anything in our bylaw packets for number 3.
I had Article 3, and there are a number in Article 3 that I would like pulled for discussion.
You know, if that was a snake, it would have jumped out and bit me, so I appreciate that. All right, Article 3. We'll go ahead and move to Article 3. Anybody would like anything withdrawn from Article 3?
Mr. Chairman, Peter Nicolason, Natrona County.
Go ahead.
7.3 and 7.4.
Let's take 7.3 first. I need 10 seconds in order to remove 7.3. Okay, got that. 7.3 has been removed. And now 7.4 was the second one. We need 10 seconds for 7.4. Okay. 7.3 and 7.4 have been removed. Is there anything else in Article 3?
Mr. Chairman, Robert Garrison, Johnson County.
Go ahead.
In Article 3, number 5, county party vacancies, pulling number 2 from Lincoln County, number 5 from
Hold on. Just one at a time here, okay? So
Okay.
you're wanting to remove, the first one was what?
Lincoln County, number 2.
Okay, so 5.2 is what it was?
Right.
Okay, 5.2.
5.5.
Hold on, just one at a time. We need 10 seconds. Okay, we have those. 5.2 has been removed from the list. One at a time. Go ahead for the next one.
5.5.
Okay, 5.5. We have 10 seconds. Okay, we have that. Thank you. 5.5 has been removed from the consent agenda.
Item number 8, county committees, Lincoln, number 2.
So 6.2 for Lincoln. Okay.
8.2. 8.2.
Okay. That would be under officers in terms of office, number 2 from Lincoln County. Do we have 10 seconds? Was that 8 or 6?
8.
8.2. My apologies. Number 8 and 2. Let's re-vote on that. I want to make sure I've got that. So 10 seconds for 8.2. Okay, we have that. 8.2 has been removed from the consent agenda. Any others?
Number 9, these are all related. Number 9, 1.
9.1, do we have 10 seconds? Okay, seeing we have those. 9.1 has been removed from the consent agenda.
Number 9.2.
9.2, do we have 10 seconds? We have 10 seconds. All right, 9.2 has been removed from the consent agenda.
Next page, number 12, under Sheridan, number 1. So it's Sheridan 12-1.
I have 11, or I see, so that's under proxy votes, right? So number 11, and that would be 12 for under proxy votes, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Do we have 12 seconds, or 10 seconds, excuse me. Getting all messed up here. All right, we have those. Very good. So 11.12 has been removed. Any others in Article number 3?
Ben Sherman, Laramie County. I would ask to pull 3.1.
I'm having trouble hearing you. Go ahead.
3.1.
3.1. Let me get back over to number 3. Is what you, I'm seeing 3 number 1. Very good, I've got that. Under carbon. Okay, we have 10 seconds for that. Okay, we have that, thank you. That was on the 3rd page. At the very bottom. Yeah, feel free to slow me down if we're not getting these. Okay, anybody else for Article 3 to remove from the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, point of order, or I guess just a question.
Go
was
ahead.
that 11.2 that was pulled or 12.1?
We have, so under 11, under proxy votes, so that's the first one, 11, and then 12. That was the one that was pulled. That's under Sheridan County, item number 12, under number 11 proxy votes.
Then I would move to pull 12.1 and 12.2. Peter Nicolason.
12.1. Okay. Okay, is there seconds on that? Very good. We've got that. Thank you. Any others from Article 3?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Mike Pierce from Albany County. I would like to pull 8.3, A, B, and C.
So 8.3, A, and C.
A, B, and C, the whole thing.
A, B, and C. So 8.3. Okay, do we have seconds on that? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Tammy Hooper, could you please clarify if under Sheridan 12, under county shares 12.2 has been pulled for consideration?
I do not have 12.2.
I would request that that be pulled.
Okay. 12.2 has been removed.
See, that's actually because
We need seconds. Okay.
Thank you.
12 is a new section.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to remove for discussion 10.3.
10.3. Okay, do we have any seconds for 10.3? All right. 10.3 has been removed. Further changes in Article 3.
Peter Nicolason, 5.2 and 6.2.
We'll take one at a time there. 5.2. Okay, are there seconds for 5.2? Okay, we have those. And then the other one was 6.2. Okay, we have seconds for 6.2. Okay, seeing we have those. Further changes in Article 3. Okay, seeing...
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. We were not sure if 13 was pulled, but we would ask that it be.
Can you say that again? I can't hear you.
13. 313. Article 3, number 13.
313? All right, let me get back here.
No, I'm sorry. It's Article 3,
Oh,
number
Article 313, right
Yes,
before
thank
Article
you.
4 there. I see. Okay. Number 13, okay? Do we have any
Chairman.
seconds to remove that? All right, we have those. Number 13 has been removed.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Taylor Allred, Lincoln County. I'm just curious what the intent of this group is. If the intent is to just pull every item off here, why are we wasting the time of this body? Maybe we just start from the beginning, or we adjourn now and stop wasting all of our time. That appears to be the intent of this group.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I can speak to that.
I don't have my gavel here. I was going to gavel you all down. Let's not applause. As your chairman, let me just say this. Take it serious, or thank you. But let's not play games. So I'm believing that everybody who's come up and has pulled these from the consent agenda really seriously would like to hear them debated. And so that's the way that I'm going to assume. However, it's pretty shady if someone is playing games, and I would say that that's uncalled for here at this convention. So let's not do that. But I want to make sure we go through Article 3 and make sure what we have left. And so for Article 3, we still have on the consent agenda is Article 3, number 3 at the top. And then we have number 4A, C, and D. We have 10.2 still on the consent agenda. 11.2. Oh, 11.2 is off, okay. Thank you. So 10.2, and that's it. So 10.2, and then the first one there. All right. Moving on to Article 4. Is there anybody who would like anything pulled from the consent agenda on Article 4?
Mr. Chairman,
Go
point
ahead.
of order.
But state your point.
Vince of Venata Park County. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's become intuitively obvious there's an effort to subvert the business of the body by the interjection of frivolous motions to slow this convention's agenda to a halt. The delegates of this convention have traveled from the four corners of our state at their own expenses to represent their counties. These, what I perceive as subversive acts, are contradictory to the tenets of our republic. We have dedicated our time, efforts, and money to make this a productive convention. We need to have the counterproductive efforts of what has become clear, a special interest group's effort to subvert the efforts of the delegates' work from each of our counties. This needs to stop now, and I petition the chair to curtail these deleterious efforts and, when appropriate, chastise and/or remove the perpetrator from our convention. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, point of order, if I may.
Enough applause, please. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, point of order.
State your point.
Peter Nicolais, and I'm disappointed in my colleague for making the accusations. I think that this body needs to understand.
All right, I'm going to stop you right there. We're not going to use points of order to go tit for tat here. Okay? Thank you.
If I can respond, Mr. Chairman, to the accusations.
You're out of order. You're out of order.
Mr. Chairman,
Stop.
this is serious
You're out of
business.
order. Thank you. Article 4. Does anybody like anything pulled from Article 4? Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott Porter, Albany County. 5-1, please.
You said it was 5-1?
Yeah,
Okay, do we have the seconds for 5-1? Okay. 5-1 has been pulled from the consent agenda. Anything else in Article 4? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we strike the remainder of all changes and discuss them individually so we can stop that and get to work.
That has been moved. Is there a second? We need 10 seconds. All right, so from everything thereon is going to be pulled from the consent agenda. So the rest is adopted that's on the consent agenda. So what we did in Article number 1, 2, and 3, everything from Article 4 on has been removed from the consent agenda. So we'll go back and rework what we have here remaining as far as the things that were pulled.
Point of information.
State your point.
I was wondering what happens with the amendments that were submitted in advance to the convention secretary. Are those up for discussion?
They are up for discussion if they have been pulled, and then we will debate those, and then yes, if they've been submitted in advance for those ones that have been pulled, then they are up for discussion.
Okay, otherwise they would have been under the consent agenda.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, we do need to announce the election. Yes, the rest of the consent calendar is adopted. All right, so we do need to move here. We're going to interrupt that and give the announcement of our election results. Go ahead, you can go up front.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the Teller Committee for this process. The number of ballots that were cast was 336. The number of blank ballots was 5. Number of illegal votes was 13. The number of votes necessary to elect is 169. That is 50% plus 1. The total votes for Marty Halverson is 221. The total votes for Carl Aldred is 176. The total votes for Jack Mueller is 119. The total votes for Doug Chamberlain is 114. The total votes for Joey Carenti is 86, and the total votes for Jim Geringer is 77. Thank you.
You see that there? So the top ones are, so the dashes are, so we have a runoff with Jack Mueller and Doug Chamberlain. Okay. And I think what we'll do is we'll get through the rest of this first, and then we should do the ballots. Okay, so we've got to do the ballots. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So declare, read the whole thing. Right. All right, so the election announcements have been resolved. We are going to declare the winners, two winners, Marty Halverson and Carl Allred. They were the top two vote getters. We do have a runoff between Jack Mueller and Doug Chamberlain. And so we are going to need to take a vote on that. I've paused our time when it comes to our bylaws, so that's not going to count against our bylaws time, but we do need to take care of this unfinished business first. So we do need our delegates again to assemble, or our county chairs to assemble up front. We're going to need to redistribute ballots and have a runoff between Jack Mueller and Doug Chamberlain. And those are the only two eligible candidates, Jack Mueller and Doug Chamberlain.
And may we have the teller committee up front as well? Thank
Teller
you.
committee meet up front. Thank you. We'll
Thank you.
pause.
Thank you.
This will be faster to count. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Please proceed.
while the tellers are gathering, while the county chairs are gathering, I would like to tell you the hard work that the nominating committee did in May, the nominating committee did yesterday. They are now serving as your tellers, and their objective is to provide a guaranteed results of the election, certified. They've done a lot of work, and I wish you would give the nominating and elections committee a hand for their work. Thank you.
So we've got about 35 minutes actually left in that hour because our bylaw, our rules say an hour. So 35 minutes to get through the rest of it. Right. So someone will have to come up and so let's say, for instance, this first one, Article 1, 2. We think we passed that, but let's say there's an amendment for that. We would come up and discuss that. Whoever made the motion, who submitted the amendment to you, they would have to make the motion. All you would do is put it up on the screen.
Okay, so they still have to move it on the floor.
Correct. They'd still have to move it on the floor. Yeah. So if they don't move it on the floor, then it's kind of a neat thing. I mean, it sucks to be them, but that's
Okay.
You've got to announce it. You only vote for one candidate.
I thought I had to be like, okay, there's an amendment here, there's an amendment here, there's an amendment here.
What?
And I'll make that known.
I'm
that if-
more the, yes, it happened, I
announced the
received it.
ineligible
Correct, and we'll put it up there. So I'll announce that if you need to move your.
Okay, I'd ask the teller committee to stop handing out ballots for a moment. We have to get a new tally total for each of the counties. You're doing that. Okay, but the credentials committee needs to approve it. So,
Right. Good. Yeah, as county chairs, just police that stuff. I mean, we can't do everything from up here. I mean, people are going to have to act like adults. So.
that's what we ask.
Yep.
We just trust the chairman. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Never mind, we're just going to rely on the county chair people. Okay, I'm sitting up here in a fog. Ignore everything I said. Ann Slagle's doing a wonderful job. Give her a hand. And this is what we decided yesterday in the Nominating and Elections Committee. We decided we rely on our county delegate heads, whether it's the chairman or somebody else appointed. We're assuming everybody's doing this in good faith, and we are trusting the county delegation heads to
So,
police their
yeah, so
own,
1, 2 is on there.
ask for the correct number of ballots, and return to us the correct number of ballots. Thank you.
Pulled it off, and that amendment's a moot point now.
But if they, so if they did pull off Article 1, 3, or whatever, and there is an amendment to it,
Right. Then what I'm
you
gonna do-
guys have that tracked.
We
and
do,
then you'll
and
have
what I'm going to do is I'm gonna tell the body, hey, if you submitted an amendment and our secretary has it, then you need to move that amendment, right? Because it's not a valid amendment unless someone moves it. It's just, they had to submit it up front. So someone will move it, we'll have it up on the screen, and then we'll debate it.
So when the county chairs return the ballots back to the teller committee, would you please bring them back folded,
No, when we get to the
not
items, it's gonna be incumbent upon
unfolded?
people to
They
realize,
have to be
hey,
folded.
I submitted an amendment for this.
Thank you.
You know, I need to move my amendment. I don't know what she has, and so I don't know if she's gonna just pull things on the screen. So I'm asking the body to take some personal responsibility. You submitted an amendment, you move for your amendment, we'll put it up on the screen.
Mr. Chair, can you please put the names up on the screen? Mr. Chair, we're having requests to have the names put up on the
I
screen.
mean, obviously, what's confusing is if you want to discuss, I think the rules say priority is what is here. So does that mean that if this was polled, for example, you discuss that and then make the motion on the, for the amendment?
So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go through it article by article, and we're gonna go through each one.
So you could make it up front and discuss somebody else's amendment before the committees. When you get to Article 2, you go to Article 2, someone goes to the mic, they say, hey, actually, I have an amendment.
Yep, then they move the amendment, we put it up on the screen, away we go. Yep. Yeah, I'll try to make that clear from the floor so that people realize that and know that. Because that'll be, it's
I'm pretty sure
confusing
that's
enough.
consistent with what we've done before. That actually makes sense.
Yeah, so that's what we'll do. Perfect. Thanks, sir.
Decades of time.
Okay, I missed because of.
You gonna say it?
Delegates, when you get your ballot, you'll notice there the two names that are up on the screen. You can only vote for one. You can only vote for one. If you vote for both of them, your ballot will be ineligible. It'll be tossed out. So you get to vote for one. Thank you. Delegates, you should be wrapping up your voting there. Okay, if you have not gotten a ballot, make sure you get with your teller committee for your county. Turn in your ballots to your teller committee there in your county so that they can be brought up front.
You don't want to tell them they can suspend that rule until they get after the hour of bylaws.
Say what now?
You don't want to tell them that they get suspended at 3 o'clock until after you get done.
I don't want to have an issue to deal with, so I just wanted to let you know. Okay. Where is our sergeant? Who is our sergeant?
They're up front there. You might ask down there. Ask April down there. She might know. Yeah, that's
Okay. Okay, yeah, because I don't want to, I mean, assault and battery is not what we want here.
So from a point down.
We had the ballot for you, behind you, so I'll let him know.
Attention delegates, attention nationally elected delegates to the Republican National Convention. I want to make this second announcement. At adjournment at 4 p.m., I want all the national delegates and alternates to meet right outside these main doors. We may move from there, but we're going to start by gathering there. And we've got information on both Charlotte and Jacksonville convention meetings. National delegates and alternates, upon adjournment, we will meet outside the main entry exit doors. Also, while we're waiting for votes to be tabulated, there is a trade show. There is a trade show, and you have the prerogative to go visit that. Lots of good vendors. Thank you. Scott, you're doing a marvelous job.
All right, delegates, we're gonna get back to order here as far as going back to our bylaws. So if you can find your seat.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Bruce Hinchy, Natrona County.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like a point of order on what it takes to amend or ratify the bylaws for the Republican State Party. According to our bylaws, it takes a majority vote of those elected to the state convention to change or ratify the bylaws. It's those elected, not those attending. So I need to know how many were elected to the state convention from all the counties so we can know that each one of these amendments that we're going to go through will have a proper vote.
I see your point. Our parliamentarians tied up here for a moment. I don't know if that's true or not, or if it's those that are just elected here. So hold on to that point of order.
Mr. Chairman?
Not yet.
I read it
Not
in the
yet.
bylaws.
Just
It's
wait.
right here.
Just wait.
I will address the facts about the bylaw regarding quorum. The quorum is based on those here in attendance and registered. It is not based on those elected at county convention. The parliamentarian's rule is that you are not a delegate until you are here and paid and present. Based on that number of 347, we need 50% plus one of that number to conduct business.
And that's going to be the.
I object to that ruling.
That's going to be the ruling of the chair. You're free to appeal that.
I appeal it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, it's been appealed and seconded. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? See none. So if a vote of aye is to sustain the chair, which means the ruling, a vote. Other way around?
Yep, if they vote aye, they approve the motion to overturn. So it's.
Thank you. A vote of aye is to overturn the ruling of the chair. A vote of no would be to sustain the chair's ruling. I ruled that that was out of order. Our bylaws state that it's a number that the delegates are those who are here and registered and paid for. And so with that, it's what 371 plus one, or 50% of that. So again, if you vote aye, you are voting to overturn the chair. If you vote no, the ruling will be sustained. Thank you. All those in favor of overturning, yes. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Clarksdith, Sweetwater County, just a bit of discussion about this. I think the words of what our bylaws actually say is important, and the words of the bylaws currently for ratifying amendments says that it's the delegates who are elected to the convention. It doesn't say those present. It doesn't say those present in the room. It doesn't say those who paid their dues. It says those who were elected. And to be elected means that you were, at your county convention, elected to be here. That number is more than the number of people in the room. So I urge a no vote.
Okay, further discussion over on the other side. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joey Cranny, Carbon County. To all individuals in the room, I do believe all of our county bylaws state that we are electing our delegates at the county convention. We also elect our alternates. So everyone here was elected by some process to be here. Whether they got arisen from an alternate state to be a delegate, they were still elected by their county.
Okay, seeing no other discussion. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Ryan Wright, Laramie County, just a clarification. I believe it's an appeal of the ruling of the chair. Can you please explain, if it's an aye vote, are we overruling you? 'Cause I believe Representative Sith said something just a little bit different.
Right, so the motion was made to appeal the ruling of the chair. An aye vote would be to overrule the chair, and no vote would be to sustain the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any other discussion?
No.
That was a point of clarification. I don't see anybody else on the opposing side, so discussion will go ahead, or those in favor, so we will go ahead and end discussion. We'll go to the vote. Again, this is an appeal to the chair. If you vote aye, you are going to overrule the chair. If you vote no, the chairing of the ruleman will be sustained. What that essentially means is if you sustain the ruling of the chair, it means that as far as the number of delegates needed in order to pass the platforms, it's those who are here present. Okay, so an aye means to overrule the chair, a no means to sustain the chair. Hold on just a moment.
Say the appeal's out of order. The quorum is based on how many registered.
I do want to read this. This is actually from Robert's Rules of Orders. It's right here, and so this sheds a little bit of light on this. It says, in a body of delegates, such as a convention, the quorum is a majority of the number who have registered as attending, irrespective of whether some may have departed. This may differ greatly from the number elected or appointed. So again, the ruling of the chair is that this is out of order. Okay? So I just want to make sure that you're clear on that. That's what Robert's Rules of Order says.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification.
State your point.
Does Robert's Rules of Order or the bylaws govern, which one governs each? Are we supposed to follow the bylaws first and then Robert's Rules of Order, or vice versa?
Robert's Rules of Order yields to the bylaws, but the bylaws do not conflict with Robert's Rules of Orders. And this provision cannot conflict. Okay? Does not conflict. All right, again, a vote of aye would be to overturn the chair or overrule the chair. A vote of no would be to sustain the chair. All those in favor of overturning the chair, make it known by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. All right. Let's get back here. We're going to go ahead and start the time here at 35 minutes as far as the rest of our platforms. So we're looking here at about, or bylaws, excuse me.
In the chute to close the discussion.
So we're looking here, right about 3 o'clock is when we need to stop. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to move, we have moved already to adopt the consent agenda. It's been moved and seconded, so we're going to have any discussion on the consent agenda, which is what is remaining. So that is Article, there's pieces of Article 1, Article 2, and Article 3. Everything from Article 4 and everything else that has been pulled from the consent agenda, we will discuss after the fact. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda itself? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting the consent agenda, please make it known by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, the ayes have it. The consent agenda has been adopted. Now we're going to go to each of these that we've pulled off. We're going to take them in order. Again, members, we're not going to get through all of these, and you may have submitted your own amendments that do not even pertain to perhaps the amendments that were debated in bylaws. If we had time, or have time, we will get to those to the very, very end. Now, members, if you submitted an amendment that speaks to one of the existing changes in our bylaws, so for instance, the first thing that we're going to discuss is going to be Article 2, number 1. That's on your second page. And if you as a member, prior to all of this, submitted an amendment to our secretary, you're going to need to move that amendment from the floor. You had to have made sure that our secretary had that, because if you don't have that and you move it, it's not going to be valid. So if you submitted an amendment, let's say on Article 2, Section 1 that we have for carbon, you need to get up to a mic and you need to move that amendment. Otherwise, it's not going to be recognized. Does that make sense? In other words, you've got to take some personal responsibility on your part to get to a mic and to move the amendment. All right? So we're going to go ahead and go to Article 2, number 1, which is carbon. And
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Go ahead.
Kirk Haas, Goshen County. And maybe I'm in error, but I do believe removed from the consent list was an Article 1 change.
Was Article... Thank you for that point. I didn't have that on mine. Point well taken. All right, so we're in Article 1, 2.2 is what it is. Article 1, 2.2. Is there a motion? Is there a motion? Let's get to the mic if there is a motion. We'll need it moved and seconded, otherwise it's going to die for a lack of a motion in a second, and we'll just keep moving on.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the change gets approved as presented here. Kirk Haas, Goshen County.
Okay, so it has been moved, Article number 1, 2.2. Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there a discussion?
May I have the floor
Yes,
again?
please, go ahead. And you are on the for side, correct? So we actually got things kind of turned around. If you're opposed to this, yeah, you should be over on the other side. If you're for it, you should be on this side. This is the for, this is the against, Mike. Thank you, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Kirk Haas, Goshen County. This came from our county. If anybody does have the 2018 bylaws in their hand, they can look on this Article 1. We had 2 governance and 1 item under that, and then we had 4 governance and 1 item under that. What we did in committee here is we combined the governance and created a 2-2. That is the only move in here. We did no other change. I would speak for this as it clears up this article.
All right, thank you. Is there any opposed? Seeing none. Okay, we're voting on Article number 1, 2.2. All those in favor of adopting this this bylaw, please make it known by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, the ayes have it. Article 1, 2.2 has been adopted. We're now moving to Article number 2.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I would like to move to adopt all items that were removed from the consent agenda.
Okay. It's been moved, it's been seconded that we adopt all items on the consent agenda. Is there
all
discussion?
items removed,
all items
previously removed.
Thank you. All items removed from the consent agenda. So that would
Point
take
of
care
order.
of the rest of the list. State your
I
point.
believe the floor rules say that they're taken one at a time.
I believe the floor rules also say that we can do this by a 2/3 majority vote.
Hold on there, one at a time. this motion is in order. It does require a 2/3 vote in order for it to pass.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, is there discussion? Would the bringer of the motion like to speak to this?
Mr. Chairman, I yield to the opposition.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Ben Sherman from Laramie County. I specifically had pulled Article 3, 3.1, and there's a reason that I had pulled that, and I would like it discussed. That one says that the County Central Committee shall exercise the powers conferred upon it by law and state, and then it says, as determined by the State Central Committee whenever the convention's not in session. That's the addition. And what that addition does is it takes power away from local small government.
Chairman, point of order. I thought the question before the body here for discussion pertains to approving all the items that were removed. We're not talking about specific questions at this point, are we?
So the motion was to adopt the rest of the consent agenda that was pulled off. Okay, so everything here is on the table.
So we can talk about specifics?
So as far as if there's an individual item, correct, that can be discussed. If someone says, well, wait a second, I don't think we should be voting on this because of X, and X happens to be whatever the bylaw is that you're talking about, that would be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Go ahead, continue.
So I'm speaking against this motion because of the fact that if we adopt everything, we're specifically going to secede power from our local county Republican parties to the state party. And I don't think that's what we intend here, but that's exactly what we're doing. And so I speak against this.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
I move the previous question.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we move the previous question to cut off all debate. Okay, so this doesn't go to the actual motion. This is just to end debate. This does require. Let me look here in our floor rules. Give me just a moment here. Okay, our rules state that it's a majority to call the previous question. We adopted in our floor rules that is by a majority. And so this does not require 2/3 in order to move the previous question. It only requires a simple majority. And so with that, I'm gonna ask for actually a standing division vote here. So the previous, the motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
I withdraw my second.
Second.
Okay, so it's been withdrawn, but we have a second still. All right, so the previous the question has been called for. We're going to vote on that. This will just simply end debate if it is adopted. All those in favor?
Mr. Chairman?
Go
Point of order?
Go ahead.
I request a parliamentary opinion on the 2/3 vote versus a simple majority, please.
Yeah, just a moment.
So if you look at the last page of your rules, the 3 bullet points in the middle, the chairman will recognize any motion presented between speakers that moves the previous question. This motion requires a second and is not debatable. If the majority is in favor of the motion, debate on the individual item ends. That's out of the rules. That's not out of Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules of Order is different. And based on the way this whole thing is worded, I think it only applies to the bylaws, resolutions, and platform part of your day.
Okay, so the previous question has been moved. It takes a majority in order to adopt this. This would end debate, in which then we would move the previous question. All those in favor of moving the previous question, please, please make it known by standing up. Okay, you may be seated. Those opposed, please stand. Okay, I'm going to say the ayes have that. The previous question has been moved, and so the motion before you is to adopt everything else that has been pulled from the consent agenda. We already adopted the consent agenda. Everything else that has been pulled off now at this point is what we're voting on, whether to approve that or not approve that. An aye vote would mean that you approve all of the bylaws written as is that were pulled from the consent agenda. And this does not, due to the motion, none of the amendments or anything that you submitted, none of that takes place. So it's just to adopt these as is without any amendments that you have submitted. So please be aware of that. All right, we're going to do the same.
Mr. Chairman, this is Shane True from Natrona County.
Go ahead.
And I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Do believe there's a motion on the floor.
Just remind them, you have to take the motion to adjourn.
Okay.
But remind them that we have not completed the election yet.
Okay. So the motion to adjourn is a privileged motion. We will take that up. But you have to keep in mind, we have not actually finished our business with the presidential elector. If we vote to adjourn, and we're going to vote on that because it's been moved and seconded, then that leaves that completely
Mr. Chairman, as a point of order, I think it's inappropriate. I think that the motion needs to be voted on at this point.
I'm not sure what your point is. I'm explaining to the body here that the effect of the motion. So we're going to vote to adjourn. I'm just letting you know this body has unfinished business, and that affects certain things. Okay, if we vote to adjourn. All those in favor of voting to adjourn, make it known by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, the noes have it. All right, now we're back on the previous question to adopt the rest of the platforms that were pulled. All right?
Point of clarification, Mr. Chairman.
State your point.
The motion was to adopt the remainder of the bylaws that were pulled.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for that point. I meant the bylaws there. All right, all those in favor of adopting...
Point of information.
State your point.
Does this include the bylaws that were submitted to the convention secretary?
No.
That were by the deadline, because I think the body might want to see them and not just approve them.
Right, so the previous question has been moved. We're not going to take debate on this. I just stated that any amendments that were submitted are not being taken into consideration with this motion.
Right, my question was, does that include the ones that were submitted from the floor?
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right, all those in favor of adopting the rest of the bylaws that were pulled from the consent agenda, make it known by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. Okay, we're back on the consent, or not the consent, we're back on the agenda for those that have been pulled off. Okay, division being called. All those in favor of adopting the motion, please stand. It was the previous, go ahead and sit down. Some people are confused. We just voted on whether or not to adopt the rest of the platforms that were pulled off the consent. The bylaws. Thank you, I'm sorry. I mean the bylaws, all right? My brain's not clicking. The bylaws. That motion, I ruled, failed. Okay, so a division has been called. So if you voted in favor of adopting the bylaws, please stand. Okay, you may be seated. Those opposed, please rise. Yeah, I stand corrected. I think they're adopted. Okay. Okay, that takes care of our business with the bylaws, and now we're moving.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Just a point of clarification. I don't know if that was very clear what my esteemed colleague from Laramie County asked before we took that vote. Because those that were submitted were not part of from the floor or afterwards, were not part of the original consent list, what we just voted for was to adopt the consent. So I think that, and I'm not sure where you said, but they were not part of the original consent list. So I think we still need to deal with those. Is that correct?
For the time, yes, that is correct. For the time remaining, in which we have about 13 minutes. So if you had submitted an amendment that you would like to see moved, then what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to come to the mic and you're going to need to move that. Now granted, we adopted all of the bylaws, okay? So that business is done and over with. So if you add something to amend something in there, it may be a moot point at this point. But if you had something else that you wanted to amend, that could be brought up. So if you brought something, go ahead and you can bring your motion.
Well, point of order, Mr.
Go ahead.
Chairman, Jared Olson, Laramie County. My memory may be short, but I feel like just a minute or so ago, that as chairman, you said that before we voted, when you were asked the question whether the list that was being voted on included those individual amendments that you now want to take up, you said yes, and then we voted. But now we're taking up the amendments that were individually submitted. So, Mr. Chairman, maybe if you could just clarify that, and maybe I misheard you, but that was my understanding.
Correct. So if I said what I think that you're hearing that I said, that's not what I said. We have every resolution, every amendment that was submitted by the floor hasn't been moved. So it was never moved, it was never seconded, it was never debated, it was never passed. The only motion that was moved and seconded by this body and debated was the motion to adopt the rest of the bylaws that were pulled from the consent agenda. But nothing else this body has not moved or seconded. Okay, is there any pending motions for bylaws before we move on to our next section? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman?
Go over to John over here.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I submitted a proposed bylaw change to Secretary Racinas before this discussion on bylaws started. So my amendment to the bylaws starts in Article 6 under State Convention, under number 4, powers. Then subsection B, to adopt a platform. And I wanted to add some 2 subsections below that. Is that clear? Do you know where I'm talking about?
So, Mr. Brown, I want to make sure you submitted that to our secretary, and we'll have the secretary then pull that up here on the screen so that we can see what it is, at which point then you can move that. We'll see if we get a second, and then we'll debate it.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
State your point.
I believe there's enough confusion in the room that people heard you say that those amendments submitted electronically in advance were part of the packet being voted on. Now that you've just taken that back, you can't unring that bell unless you want to have another vote.
I'm going to say that point is not in order, Okay, regardless of what I say, the body always rules. The body did not adopt or make a motion to adopt those amendments. There was not a second. There was no debate. The body took no action. So whatever you heard from me or what you think that you heard from me, it's irregardless of what the body does. The body always rules. Okay. So, looks like we're getting our amendment up here. Mr. Brown, if we have it in the wrong spot, you let us know, okay?
Mr. Chairman, no. Secretary Racinas has gone ahead and put it up properly.
Okay. Go ahead. If you would move your motion, we'll see if we have a second, and then I'll let you kick it off for debate.
So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we amend the state GOP bylaws to the language that is on the screen, and I'll just go ahead and read it aloud. To adopt a platform. These are in the powers of the body at the state convention. Subsection I, the platform must be adopted by at least an 80% vote of the body at the state convention. Subsection II, the platform expires 2 years after its adoption at the state convention. That's my motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? If you'd like to go ahead and kick off your amendment and why you're speaking for it, please do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the State Central Committee last year clarified what substantially supports of the platform meant, and the idea was that a legislator or somebody else who would be in the position of making decisions based on the Wyoming Republican platform, that they really should agree with 80% of the platform. So I thought to myself, well, shouldn't the party itself agree, vote for, shouldn't 80% of the party itself vote for the platform? I mean, if we're going to hold the legislators and so forth to a standard of 80%, it seems only fair to me that the party here, 80% of the party here, vote for the platform and not just a simple majority. If we're going to hold others to a high standard, we need ourselves to be held to a higher standard.
Okay, thank you. Those opposed? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Carl Allred from Uintah County. I think from the explanation I hear, we're comparing apples to oranges on this. If you ask any individual person if they agree with 80% of the platform, that's fine. They can disagree with one piece or another piece. But to ask that 80% of the body agrees with 100% of the platform in order to pass it, that's a whole different world. This is a grassroots organization. We're here for the betterment of the party. 80%, there is no vote that we take that requires that. If we are adopting the platform, that is what the grassroots of the party believes we stand for. So that should just be a simple majority of the vote here. Now, to ask people to agree with 80% of the platform, that's a whole different story, and I believe that most people can understand that. And then the second part, to say that the platform expires 2 years after its adoption, that's saying if we run into a situation like we have at several different conventions and we don't get through the business, currently, if we don't pass a new platform or changes to the platform and we don't get through that, it reverts back to what we have. We still have a platform that has been agreed upon by the body. If we don't and it expires, that means for 2 years we have no platform because we cannot adopt a platform outside of convention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Those on the for side. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with I'm breaking with my side, so to speak, and saying that we are intellectually inconsistent if we require holding ourselves to at 80%, which I personally don't have a problem with. if we don't as a body agree on what that is at an 80% level. So I would encourage folks to support this. And on a related note, I've just found out that there is a lawsuit that's going to be filed and putting it on the record to preserve evidence from this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Long. Those against?
Yes, Gary Welch, Bighorn County. This I find very appalling that any bylaw would require an 80% vote on anything. That has not been done, and I think that 2/3 is the maximum to begin with. And then the party platform expires at the end of 2 years. As my colleague from Uinta County said, that after 2 years, if we don't get the party platform voted on, we have no more party platform to stand on. And I think this bill is a horrible bill, and I call for previous question.
Okay. The previous question has been called for. It has been seconded. This will end debate. All those in favor of moving the previous question, please make it known by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Okay. The motion has been adopted, so now we are going to vote on this motion that's before us. So all those in favor of the motion that was made to adopt this amendment into our bylaws, make it known by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Okay, the motion has failed. All right, we have just a few minutes left. If somebody else has any other motions and bylaws they want to bring, they certainly can, but we only have a couple of minutes really to deal with that. Otherwise, we can move to the rest of our business. Any other motions in regards to bylaws from amendments that you have submitted to the Secretary?
Ben Sherman, Laramie County. I move under Article 5, Section 8, after number 1, we add the sentence that says officers must be elected members of their precinct.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Yes, I would like
Go
to
ahead.
speak in favor. We just passed something that made us not a grassroots. It made us top down. We are completely under the control of our officers of the Wyoming Party right now. So if we want to make it grassroots at all, we have to have those officers be elected members from their precincts. The idea that our officers don't have to be elected members and then we have to do everything they say means that we're completely at odds with everything that makes us Republican.
Those opposed? Any opposed? See movement there at the mic. Go ahead.
Kirk Hawes, Goshen County. I guess I'd speak to against in the statement that he was just made and this. We did not make anything top heavy with what we just pushed. We did the exact opposite. What we did is removed some of the power from a chairman at the county level and the chairman at the state level. And what we did, the majority of what we did, was add in that any decision that they make in appointments need to be ratified by the next central committee, whether that be in the state level or in the county level.
Okay.
I'm discounting what he's saying there. That is inaccurate.
Any for? Go ahead.
Gail Simmons, Sheridan County. We are a grassroots, and regardless of what we've passed before, what the whole idea of the way in which we're established as a grassroots is that a precinct is a neighborhood, and that the precincts, as they are a part of the Central County Committee, represent the individuals who are registered Republicans in that neighborhood, if you will. In order to ensure that our officers are a reflection of that grassroots, I think it's essential that we vote yes to this.
Okay, those opposed?
Yes, thank you. Roy Edwards, Gillette, Campbell County. On and opposed against this amendment. The people that are elected as precinct committee men are representing the people of the county, and who they vote on is, in a sense, approving what the body of those people want to have as their leadership. And that's nothing wrong with the way it should be. On and against the amendment.
Okay, anybody else in for? Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and vote on this. Then all those in favor of this motion that's before us, you can see it on the screen, to add to Article 5, Section 8, officers must be elected members of their precinct. All those in favor, make it known by saying aye. Those opposed, no. No! Okay, the noes have it. The motion has failed. All right, before we move on to, the time has expired for bylaws. Thank you, members, for your work there. Before we move on to our platform, we do have some unfinished business that we need to take care of. So here's what we have, and I'm going to ask for a motion here. We have, in order for a person to win, they needed 158 votes. The top vote getter had 156 votes. The next top vote getter had 155 votes. There was 4 illegal votes. And so my question to the body is this. We could have someone who made a motion to suspend the rules and not count those illegal votes, in which then we would have a clear winner. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Hang on, Marty apparently wants to talk about it.
Point of order.
Mr. Chairman?
Illegal ballots or illegal ballots. We cannot use illegal ballots.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
If it's the case that the majority is no longer 159 because people have left, do you want to take a roll call, see if the numbers dropped, and then do another runoff?
No, there's a motion on the floor. There's a motion to suspend the rules and to not count those 4 illegal votes. That's what we're discussing right now.
Great. Then I would speak against any more suspension of the rules that we've already had today and on the 9th. So if you don't have a clear winner because no one exceeds 159, I speak in favor of another runoff vote.
Okay. Those on the other side.
Yes, point of order.
State your point.
We don't count illegal ballots, period.
That's not correct. The point isn't well taken. Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Okay, go ahead. You might need to move to a mic. Why don't you get to one of the other mics for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My point of information is what would constitute a change in the, how many votes would we need for to suspend the rules? Is it majority, 2/3?
2/3 would be you would need to suspend the rules.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And here's the thing, if the motion fails, then we'll go ahead and reballot. So the motion has been made, there's a motion on the floor, it's been seconded. Okay. All right.
Point of information, if I may.
State your point.
I'm just curious as to what made the votes illegal. If we can get just a little information from you guys on that, that would help us, I think, make our vote here.
They were cast for an ineligible candidate.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion to suspend the rules and not count these 4 votes, these 4 illegal votes, make it known. We're going to have to stand on this one. So if you'd like to suspend the rules, make it known by standing up. Okay, you may be seated. Those opposed, please stand. Okay, I'm going to say that motion has failed. We're going to go ahead. We need our teller committee up front. We're going to have to reballot. So we're going to pause. Teller committee, make your way up front so that we can recast these votes. So members, if you cast an illegal vote or you don't vote at all, okay, this only drags this thing out.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
State your point.
On this ballot, I think a number of delegates have left. How does the Credentials Committee handle that?
As long as we have a quorum, we keep going and we cast votes for we cast the ballots for the people that we have. So if people left and they weren't filled in by an alternate, by a county, then that's sad for the county.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Could you have the 2 names we're voting on put on the screen so everybody
we
can
will
get
put
correct?
them back on the screen here. We will get the teller committee up front. The teller committee will come around to your counties again. Stay put. Get ready for a ballot. We'll put the names up there. In fact, they're up there right now.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, is it possible to make a motion?
Not at this point, no.
We would remind county chairman or delegation chairman, when you come up here to get your ballots, you are responsible to certify the number of ballots you are picking up. We know people have left, so you are responsible for an honest vote.
Hiding real well.
County Chairman, if you have had delegates who left who have not been filled by alternates, you are responsible for making sure that you have a correct count on your county and grabbing the correct number of ballots here up front. If you need to round up your county to figure out how many people you need ballots for, please do that now.
I was wrong last time. The winning ticket wasn't in that one, but it is in this one now. So I marked it. I see the winning ticket's in there.
awesome. You are doing a fantastic job, and I'm so mad. I don't think I'm even gonna give them 7 pieces.
That's it. The rest of them.
And they're destroying the integrity of our face-to-face convention.
That's exactly what they did on, they did exactly the same thing, and now we can see them physically.
No, wait. And I'm so disappointed.
Here comes cute little Danny Olson. She's the director.
You guys are doing a fantastic job.
I appreciate it. I mean, I don't know what we do if we don't have elected. Unless someone concedes. Someone's got to concede.
got 18, 52, so they gave us the rest back. Is that okay? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of finishing business today, if I could have the 23 delegation spokesman, whether you're the chairman or the spokesman, if you'd come up and see me, I'll be down in front. I need all 23 spokesmen. We're going to do the preference poll for the Senate candidates, and instead of handing out a couple of hundred ballots, we're going to give the delegation leaders one ballot and let them poll their county. So we only got to count 23 ballots. So if the delegation chairman would come up, I think I can handle this one myself. I'll be right down to you. Thank you.
Here in just a few minutes, we're going to move to our report on the Platforms Committee. So the chairman for the Platform Committee, if you could, you're on deck, so be ready for that. We'll give it just a few minutes. We'll let these folks meet up front here first. All right, members, we're going to go ahead and announce that we do have a clear majority with our election results, thankfully. And so so the other two that we had were Marty Halverson and Carl Allred, and Doug Chamberlain has the clear majority. So Doug Chamberlain is 146, Jack Mueller is 136. We had no illegal votes. The total cast was 282. The number that we needed to, the threshold was 142, in which Doug got 146. So we have the clear majority there. All right. Thank you for that. We're going to go ahead and move to our platforms here as we get into our remainder here. We are going to have a firm cutoff here at 4 o'clock, but I'd like us to get through our platforms. We will probably not get to our resolutions. It's highly doubtful. But if I could go ahead at this time and bring everybody back to order, find your seats, please, that would be wonderful. And then we're going to have the report from the Platform Committee with the Honorable Roy Edwards and Honorable Jeff Wasserberger and Honorable Dan Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As one of the co-chairs, the other co-chair was Senator Wasserberger, Representative Edwards, and I'm Dan Larson. We want to thank the chairman for the invitation to be co-chairs of the Platform Committee. It was enjoyable. We met Thursday and then again for just a short amount of time on Friday. And I do want to thank the committee members. They were Michael, Roxanne, Mary, Ron, Jean, Landon, Ginger, Hugh, Jim, Ben, Mike, Amy, John, Donna, Mark, Fran, Chris, Lyle, Tammy, and Alan. And if I missed somebody, I apologize, but we definitely thank you for your hard work. And I think I'll just hand it over to Representative Edwards, co-chair.
I assume you've all looked at your platforms as they're amended. There's not very many changes that we have done in the platforms. The platform changes are done in red. Those that have a cross through on them that are red was in the original platform. And there are 20 platforms altogether. One is truly a new platform, is number 20. You can see the whole thing that's written there. And I would move that we would pass the platform as amended.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Our floor rules state that these have to be presented in consent agenda fashion. And so you see all of these here. It's been moved and seconded as a consent agenda. We're only dealing with those that have been amended. So as I count this, it's platform plank number 3, 5, 6, 12, 14, 15, 17, and 20. Is there anyone who wishes to remove any of those that were listed from the consent agenda? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Hugh Hageman, Goshen County. I rise before you today to make a substitute motion to your motion, and that motion is to accept the 2018 platforms in its entirety.
So there's been a motion. Is there a second? Okay. So it's been moved and seconded to accept the 2018 platforms in their entirety. Is there any discussion? If you'd like to speak to that, Mr. Hageman, please.
There were very few changes made, and they were mostly grammatical, to the 2018 platforms. Due to the constraints of time and the work that's still before this body, I highly recommend that we accept those 2018 platforms in their entirety.
Okay, is there any opposed? Go ahead.
Point of clarification, Chelsea Clem, Campbell County.
You're going to have to speak up, please.
Point of clarification. How can we vote on the 2018 when what we have is the 2020 platform in front of us?
There's been a motion on the floor to accept the 2018 platforms as our 2020 platforms in lieu of the consent is what it is. So essentially what it is we'd be carrying over the platform planks from 2018 to 2020 without these changes that are on there. That's the motion that's on the floor. That's essentially what we would be doing.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak against that. I think that we should move forward and entertain motion, or number 20, in a 2020 platform. Yes, number 20 on the 2020 platforms.
So you wanted to withdraw number 20.
No.
You're speaking in favor of that?
Speaking in favor of keeping 20
Okay.
on 2020.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody for the motion? Seeing no one moving to the mic for the motion. Okay, we're going to go ahead and vote on this. The motion is made to accept the 2018 platform planks in their entirety as the 2020 platform planks in lieu of the consent agenda. So the consent agenda would be no more and we would be finished with this. All those in favor of that motion, make it known by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, the noes have it. We're back on the consent agenda. Okay, division being called. All those in favor, please stand. You are standing if you are voting in favor of accepting the 2018 platform planks as the 2020 platform planks in lieu of the consent agenda. The consent agenda would be no more. Okay, you may be seated. Those opposed, please stand. I'm going to stick with a no on that. Okay, so we're back on the consent agenda. Is there anybody that would wish to move any items from the consent agenda? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering if I could make a friendly amendment to the Goshen County delegates' motion. So if we could bring that back forward, back to the front where we have the 2018 platforms adopted with the addition of number 20 in the 2020. So essentially what we would do is adopt what we had in the past and tack on 20 and move forward.
Okay, that motion has been made. Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Essentially, this is a different motion. The chair rules that this is a different motion. It's moving the 2018 platform planks as to the 2020 platform planks in lieu of the consent agenda with the addition of number 20 that's listed on your sheet. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion. Oh, I have someone moving to the mic there. Go ahead.
Yeah, Chris Woolley, Teton County. I was on this committee, and those of us, we spent a lot of time looking at this very carefully and debating it, and I think our committee chairs could say, I think there should be an opportunity for us, even if it's an up and down vote, to vote on the proposed 2020 platform that was presented before us. Otherwise, I'm not sure what we did for the time that we spent, because it was well considered and there was a lot of debate on both sides. So thank you.
Thank you. And that is, if the body decides to defeat this motion, then that's exactly what we'll resort to. But as it stands, this would do away with the consent agenda. It would only add number 20. Those who would like to speak in favor? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion to adopt the 2018 platform planks as the 2020 platform planks with the addition of item number 20 in lieu of the consent agenda before you, please make it known by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Chair is in doubt. Would those who are for the motion please rise? Okay, you may sit. Those who are against, please rise. Okay, the motion fails. We're back on the consent agenda. Does anybody wish to withdraw anything from the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Frank Ethorn from Commerce County. I'd like to pull number 14.
Number 14, is there, we need 10 seconds. 10 seconds. If you wish to second this, remove number 14 from the consent agenda to be talked about separately, please raise your hand. Raise it up high, because I can't. All right, that fails for lack of the 10 seconds. Okay, does anybody else wish to move anything off of the consent agenda? Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Carl Allred from Uena County. After number 20, this last statement in here, while it may be great, it's not a platform plank and it belongs over in resolutions. So I would like to pull that.
Okay. Is that existing or is that new?
That's from the 2020?
It's existing. So that is existing.
Okay, that's existing.
So that is actually not on the consent agenda. That would have to be made as a separate motion.
Okay, my apologies.
Is there anybody who wishes to pull anything from the consent agenda? Go ahead.
Caden Reeves, Cook County. I move the consent agenda.
I didn't catch that, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Caden Reeves, Cook County. I move the consent agenda.
The consent agenda has already been moved and seconded. We're just seeing if there's anybody who wishes to move anything off of the consent agenda.
Point of clarification.
Go ahead.
Robin Berry, Park County. If this is voted down, then we retain the 2018 platforms. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Wade Hershey, Lincoln County. I would like to pull number 20.
Okay. Number 20 has been pulled. Is there any? We need 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. Okay, I got 10. All right. Number 20 has been pulled from the consent agenda. Is there any others that would like anything to be pulled from the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we accept the 2020 platforms in its entirety as written.
The motion is essentially, that's the motion that's on the floor. It's the same motion. So, so number 20 has been pulled. Is there any, so moving from there then, I mean, I'm seeing no one else move to the mic to pull anything else from the consent agenda. We will move now to vote on the consent agenda. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda on these items? So the remaining items on here, it's everything except number 20. That's what we will be voting on. It's an up or down vote. If you vote in favor of that, it will adopt this. If you vote no, it will not be adopted. Is there any discussion?
Point of clarification. So all these notes we see in red would take effect if we agree with the consent agenda.
That is correct. Okay. All those in favor of adopting the consent agenda as is, which is all of the items except for number 20, please make it known by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, the consent agenda has been adopted. We're now on item number 20 that has been pulled from the consent agenda. Is there someone who wishes to make a motion to move that? Go ahead.
Ben Sherman, Laramie County. I will make a motion to move that we approve this amendment as number 20 on our platform.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second? Okay, I have moved and seconded Would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. I mean, I would hope that we don't disagree here that freedom of speech is a fundamental right and it is secured. You know, and it does give us all the individual ability to come in here and do what we did today, to express our ideas, to stand for what we believe is right, and it's something that's under attack. I mean, if we see what the left is doing, they attack us constantly. They don't want us to be able to speak freely. They want every single one of us to speak the exact same way they do, and if they don't agree with you, they'll lay down in the streets, or they'll tell you you're wrong, or they'll call you racist, or they'll call you sexist. You know, we are not allowed to speak freely. And this is what separates us as Republicans from anybody else.
Okay, is there any on the opposing side?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
State your point.
In the rules of the convention that we passed earlier, it said all this debate would be done by 3 o'clock.
Let me look here. That is, let's see. That is not correct. It says a maximum of 4 hours shall be allotted to debate on resolutions. We are not on resolutions. In any event, and this is pertaining to resolutions, the way I'm reading it, all debate will cease at 3 p.m. And so we haven't even begun on resolutions. We're not on resolutions, and this is a section that pertains to resolutions. So if we were to even consider resolutions after this, we would have to suspend the rules in order to go to resolutions because it's past 3 o'clock. Is there anybody opposed to item number 20? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Wade Hershey, Lincoln County. I agree that freedom of speech is a very important fundamental right, but I believe this resolution is just poorly worded. For example, talking about no fear of retaliation. We can't protect people from fear. We can protect them from actual retaliation, but you know, I can't make you not feel afraid. So I just feel that this resolution is poorly worded and would need to be reworked before we would adopt it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there someone on the favor side? Go ahead.
John Foreman, Converse County. I would speak in favor of this resolution. The discussion is whether it's possible or not that somebody can be punished for their speech, whether the Republican Party should stand for that or not. The Republican Party should stand very strongly against people being punished, even outside the legal system, for their opinions and beliefs, properly expressed or otherwise improperly expressed. I would think that we need to pass this. At this point, we are the free speech party. The other party wishes to impose restrictions on what you can say and is willing to unleash social media mobs onto people for what they say. Let them stand for that. Let us stand for freedom of speech. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Those on the opposing side, go ahead.
Gary Welch, Bighorn County. I like the freedom of speech, but to allow somebody to say anything that they want to say without retaliation, that means I can yell fire in here and you can't do anything about it. It says, without the fear of retaliation, censorship, or legal sanction by government. So it's, with the freedom of speech comes one of our greatest responsibility to speak responsible. It doesn't let you. Freedom of speech would mean that I would be able to overtalk the chair anytime I wanted to. And no retaliation could be taken. I'm against this, and I call for question.
Thank you. Those in favor, go ahead.
Previous question was called.
Sorry, you called the previous question? Yes. It was a sidebar conversation. We need a second for that.
I second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we call the previous conversation, that we move the previous question that ends debate. All those in favor of calling the question, make it known by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, the motion passes. So the previous question has been called for, and that is to move for the adoption of platform plank number 20. A vote of aye would adopt this into our platforms. A vote of no would not adopt this. All those in favor of the motion of adopting platform plank number 20, make it known by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Chair is endowed. All those in favor, please stand. Okay, you may be seated. Those opposed, please stand. I'm going to call that the noes have it. Okay? Motion fails.
That was a division.
That was a standing division vote is what that was. So, can they...
Say again?
Said he wants a roll call vote.
You're going to need, if you, I can't hear you. Go ahead and move to the mic there.
I don't want to seem a sore loser here, but I respectfully disagree that the majority of the people that stood up voted no on that. So I move to appeal your decision, and I do so in a roll call vote.
It's not an appeal of the chair, but would you accept a counted vote instead of a roll call vote?
Yes.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a counted vote, and so in what counties, what I need you to do is I need you to poll your delegates, and I need to get numbers in which you'll need to report them up front. And so county chairs, delegate chairs, poll your counties.
Yes, you're doing good.
Lincoln County, if you have, never mind, Lincoln County, we're taken care of up front. Campbell, can you report, please?
Sit down in a chair.
Sounds good.
I've been having a little bit of cramp today.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Converse County, Platte County, Sublette County, Sweetwater County, I need your straw poll on the senatorial race, please. Converse County, Platte County, Sublette County, Sweetwater County. If the chairman would come up, if you don't have a ballot, come up and get one. If you do have a ballot, would you deliver it to me? Thank you.
Wherever David Holland is.
Mr. Chairman, it's 1,600 hours.
I'm sorry, where's this coming from?
This mic over here, it is 1,600 hours.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so do we have the results for the motion? The motion has been adopted, 154, 118 against. So platform plank number 20 has been adopted into our platform.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Sorry, what was that? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn and save these great resolutions for another time or the legislative process.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, it's been seconded. All those in favor of adjourning, make it known by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, we are adjourned. Motion passes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Closing comments upon adjournment. Don't forget, delegates elected to the National Convention. I need to meet you right now outside of these doors. National delegates to the National Convention, the RNC Convention. We have some developments I need to report to you. Also, in closing comments, I want to give a special thanks to CAM-PLEX and the staff, Heather Kurt, Adam and company.
Mr. Chairman.
Nope, didn't do it in time.
Mr. Chairman, just an informational question. I know business is done. That straw poll was done during that. Are we just going to get the results of that at some time?
Yes. Yep. As soon as the nominations committee reports. Are you ready for that? Almost. Okay. We are adjourned. We conduct no further business, but we are getting the results and information out. Also, Campbell County Republican Party, you have done an excellent job hosting us. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
We are adjourned. We are carrying out points of information.
I understand that respectfully. A resolutions committee put in 2 days of work. What is the disposition of the resolutions?
Thank you. I was just getting word from our parliamentarian. We have no resolutions as a body in this work, so our 2020 resolutions are going to be blank as a result.
I accept your condolences.
Okay. Now, some would argue that 2018 are valid. We will do a bylaws research and make a final determination. Also, delegates, alternates, guests, and hosts, I just want to thank you for all you've done to help make this work. We did an incredible job pulling off an in-person convention in an almost impossible situation. Let's give yourselves a hand. Thank you for helping keep Wyoming great. National delegates, I'll see you in the entryway. Good job, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Al. Exceptional job. We've got to make a changeover. Please follow Janet Mater's direction. We've got all hands on deck to change out the tables for tonight's dinner. Tablecloths are coming out. Help us clear the tables, rearrange to where they need to be. Probably meeting with his committee members. Oh, wait, okay. Yeah, this from the cast or whatever? Okay, it is. Okay, your call. Thank you, Al. Thank you a bunch. Hey, Ben, it's been a pleasure. It was a ball. You did a great job. Thanks. Good. Thanks for backing him, as always. Good job, Scott. Thank you. Those are tough deals. You bet. We got through it. That's like chair and the speaker and the legislature are talking about abortion. It has been, oh man. Oh man, I'm telling you. Christy, thank you.
wasn't Mickey Mouse. It was somebody's name, but, you know. No.